All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday night to you. Can you believe it's Thursday? I'd say that every week. It's just like time is flying by, but I know I'm also very busy right now. So that's also explains it all. I think it was the Dalai Lama, someone among those spiritual Buddhist monks, I think, said, if life is flying by, you're too busy. And it is true. So, welcome everybody. So happy to have you here. Hope you're having an amazing, amazing week and full of amazing moments. We are all set here. Well, almost. Um, but let's get started here. And we will start off by taking a big, deep breath to come back to right here, right now, in this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, out of the lower vibration of the outside world, and come back to the now. We'll do that. Take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then slowly exhale, focusing on coming back into this moment. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl after that. So here we go. If you want to join me, we'll start with a big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. So I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I do that, you can just imagine this beautiful waterfall of eternal unconditional love just flowing down and filling up our entire being, our mental body, our emotional body, our energetic body, our physical bodies, and just letting everything fill us up first, and then overflow out to the world. Let it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. And we can help in doing that and raising our own vibration, which helps raise the vibration of the collective because that's our input into it, by thinking of just one thing that we're grateful for right here, right now, in this moment, that immediately begins to raise the vibration. Any higher vibration, unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude, all of that higher vibration just draws us up. Of course, lower vibration anchors and draws us down, which what's wonderful is gratitude energy is higher vibrational, it's more powerful. So it's not one for one. If we have a moment of gratitude, it counteracts 1,000, 100,000, a million of small t truth, fear, energy, emotions. So in this moment, we can transform a lot just by focusing on gratitude. So that is what we're going to do. I will hit it about 3 times. I'm not sure how loud this is going to be. So watch your ears as I begin, and I will hit it 3 times. So here we go. Ready? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Beautiful energies. I tell you what. All right, let's put her back on her shelf back here. She can watch over us. Hello, everybody. So good to see you. That's just beautiful energy. Here it begins. Hello, hello. So welcome all my Zen friends. If you're new to my channel, hello to you as well. So glad to have you here. We got a great group of Zen friends, huge hearts, great senses of humor. Two things we can definitely use in making this human life, moment by moment, a more easier adventure than a harder one, right? So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. It's a safe place for everybody. If you want to know how the whole process works, all the information's down in the description box of the video. Basically, donations do get first priority. I do honor that energy exchange. Free readings are generally 1 to 2 cards, but I step out for the donations. Dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards for those too. You also get a little bonus fortune cookie with your donation reading. Um, it depends on whatever we're using tonight. We are finishing up dun, da, 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 this Enchanted Path Oracle. Beautiful deck. My host has another one on order. She goes, "You have another one for the weekend coming tomorrow." So she's in a I think she's recovering from her back surgery. She should not order things when she's recovering on pain meds, but we will accept the gift. So we'll have some new ones for this weekend coming up as a gift for my host. So I'm excited for that. Anyway, side note. Um, if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square, and I don't have any set dollar amounts. So whatever you're able to give from your heart, I know it's the what you can give, and so I do honor that. Um, if 2.5 hours into the session have not completed any free readings, I will step away from donations and complete free readings. So we'll get to some free readings tonight for sure. If not all. Sometimes we get through everything. Sometimes I stay on longer. You know, it's what I do. What else? Oh, at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with the timestamp. So if you come back and see your name, you can click on the little timestamp, take you right to your reading as well. So that's how that works. We'll go over some other um, I'm sorry, we'll go over the list and everything here in a moment. I wanted to let you know too, I just posted earlier today the new moon drawing winner. So here is the link to that if you guys want to find out who won. And then if you want to get into the next reading, drawing, I do have one every new and full moon for the rest of the year. Here's the full moon one coming up on December 4th. That's in Gemini, full moon. So every 2 weeks or so, I do have a drawing for a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, whichever you prefer if you win. And yeah, so that's every other week. And then next week, can you believe next week is Thanksgiving already? I cannot believe it already. Whoosh, whoosh. But I'm going to have, like I did on Halloween weekend, for every one of my 5 sessions that I'm on Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and Saturday, Sunday morning, afternoon. Um, I'm going to give away 2 15-minute personal recorded readings again. One for all those who donate, we'll have a drawing, and then all those that have a free reading request will have a drawing. So there'll be 2 winners for those next week. So I'm going to be here on Thanksgiving evening, on Black Friday evening as well. So I'll be here as per normal with all that as well. I do have all of my services on sale, on special. Grab this right here for all of the rest of the year, all the way through even January 1st of 2026, which really isn't that far away, which is crazy, right? And then I do have a free podcast called The Easier Path, where we talk about stories of what I've gone through. And we talk about the human perspective of why we all go through those same things. Because I know my situations are not unique. We all experience similar things, just different characters, different scenery, but the moral of the story and the plot is usually the same for most of us, right? So we can learn from those and we find the human reason why, the spiritual higher reason why we want to experience things, and then hints from spirit on how we can make it an easier path instead of a harder path. That's the name of the podcast, right? But a bunch. All right. So that's all the blah, blah, blah. I just like to make sure you guys have all the information. No expectations around all that, just information. I'd rather you know and then go, whatever, than not know and go, oh, if only I had known, So there you go. All right. Well, let's do some shout outs and then we will let you know where that we're at in donations and then we will get into the readings. Oh, I am going to be using it's one of my favorite decks, the Naked Heart Tarot. Let me see here. You can see who it's by here, kind of. It says, and it's tiny writing, Jillian Wilde, Wilde. If you're interested in her deck, I'm not related to it at all. But if you want it, after you see all the beautiful, it's simple, but I like the symbology too. So that's what we'll be using tonight. So let us get out of this other screen really quick. There we go. And then let us dive in here. So, of course, we've got Moonlight. Hello, hello, Moonlight. Good to see you. And I do see you have a couple of donations. So you are on the list here. Let me grab here. We've got user PC3LI3, etc., etc. I see you there. So hello, hello. A general. Okay. We'll add you on to that list here. And then we've got Jean XO. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And you do have a reading request. We'll add you to the list right before that one there. And we've got Marie P in the house. Hey, Maria. Maria. I'm going to nickname you. And I got your donation via Z PayPal. So I have you on the list there as well. And we got JoJo, and I do have you times two. So we will jump to yours. You'll be up first. So hello. Good to see you. We have Content. Hello, hello. I got yours on the list. Amika Khan. Yep, I got yours on the list. And Tacho Love. I also have your free reading on the list there. So thank you guys so much for being here and for all the thumbs up. I'm so grateful to have you part of our adventure and for all your thirst and hearing from Spirit, trusting me to connect with Spirit with you. And I'm excited. So thanks for being part of the Love Tsunami. So for donations, just to summarize, I got first will be JoJo times two, and then Moonlight or Summer. You'll be up next after that. Then we'll bump over to Maria P via the PayPal, and then back to you for your second one there, Moonlight. And that's where we're at right now. So we will jump in here and get the party started. First of all, it's about time, but cheers, everybody. I am good today, Moonlight. The singing bowl made you sneeze. Maybe it's clearing out. It's that's when demons escape, right? It's expelling the demons. I have been sneezing off and on today as well. Maybe you're picking up my energy. I did yard work yesterday. I was out. It's fall here where I live, and so I rake the backyard of all the leaves, like 6 huge bags of leaves. But so I was sneezing yesterday and today. So it has passed now. On to you. Thank you for taking it from me. All right, let's get started here. Great. All right, so let's dive in. Jojo, you're up first. We're at 1512 for your first one here. Let's throw your timestamp out here. Hey, Olivier, welcome, welcome. So thank you for your first donation, Jojo. Let's give that a love and a like there. Thank you for that. And yeah, happy Scorpio new moon, everybody. Thanks for the reminder, Jojo. So whatever wants to come for the rooster. All right, let's take a look. Scorpio new moon. Scorpio's ruled by Pluto, planet of death and rebirth. Um, do it or die kind of energy of some good big change. And then with it being a new moon, of course, this is a time of we've been letting things go since the last full moon. Now we're planting new things, starting the new phase of growth. So we definitely have all that going on here, right? So let's take a look here. It's so funny, Moonlight. Crack me up. All right, so let's take a look here, Jojo. So for this new moon, what message do your spirit guides have for you? What new? Probably a planting of something new. Let's see what we got here. We do want those. And then one and nope, that one's underneath. Okay. So the bottom of the deck, your overall energy is the Four of Swords. Four of Swords is this peace of mind. It is about clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective with that Ace of Swords. And then these three swords are all about release of expectation. And I feel like you were saying something before they're bringing back to my mind here about you're ready to let go of some old beliefs, some mental stories that no longer serve you. Some more. I mean, you've been doing a lot of releasing for years, right? Decades. Even when you were in the womb, you already started to let things go. That's how all you are about transformation, right? But I like that energy. You've always been questioning things, you know. And so there's I feel like that you kinda got punished for asking why a lot, probably. I could see that. And so you kind of learn to not question outwardly, to question inwardly, which is good for you because this is where you find the answers you're looking for anyway, not so much out there, right? So, it actually was for you, like everything else, for that happening for you, but this is a time of questioning and peace and letting things go. And I feel like sometimes an even number like a four, if we're in it too long, is stagnation. But I feel like you just entering into this big stage and they're like, well done. You can take a breather, take a rest, meditate, sit with yourself, and then things will start to go. But you've been in your mind a lot, questioning a lot. So I feel like this is even like a little nudge to go, yeah, this is new. So it's like someone they're showing me has, got rid of all the old harvest and plowed all the fields and got all the rocks moved out of it and tilled the soil and put some good manure in there and got it all ready for planting. And you're like, well, I got to plant the seeds now. It's like, take a break. Just, all right, let me just, have a little lunch. It was like yesterday in the middle of doing all the raking and everything. My host had ordered me. She takes care of me so much. I mean, uh, she ordered me a Jimmy John sandwich and said, "Time for a break. Your sandwich is here." And so I went and sat out in the shade and had a sandwich and just took a break. And that's what I feel like you're doing is just take a break. And then you get all energized and then you finish up everything. Because my energy was, but after you ate and sat, wow. So it's time to kind of sit and then you'll have the energy to step forward. All right, there you go. Yeah. Because then you'll have your strength, your Leo energy that'll kick in and then you can get going and move forward with that energy and the Ace of Wands right next to it. It's funny, you got lions and tigers and bears, oh my, right? So you got these coming out together. That's the Ace of Wands. You get your strength, you get your energy, you get a new spark, and then you can then start to question and move on. But I kind of feel like you're getting a nudge, but it's more reflection and sitting for a moment, and then you can take action. Yeah, the Tower card is there is something being removed out of your way for you. So you can kind of sit by and allow this change to happen for you. There is something that has been there. And I like this. It's almost like a reward for all the work that you have done. It's like, just rest. We'll take care of the rest here. It's like, well, I still got to get rid of that pile of stuff over there. They're like, you've done all this. We'll take care of this. So I feel like there's something that's going to be taken care of by the spirit world for you because you're like, you've done enough. Sit down, rest. We'll handle that piece. And underneath that, that has to do with the Seven of Wands, which is about bringing you forward in front of people. The Seven of Wands is about staying true to your authentic self. It's like your Leo energy. It's just your energy and spirit's going to just bring you into the spotlight without you needing to do anything. They're going to remove something out of the way to bring an opportunity right in the way where you're like, I didn't have to do anything. It just happened for me. This is what I feel is coming forward here. And this is part of that new planting energy. Yeah, you get the movement of cups. So Knight of Cups energy along with tick, 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 the Judgment card. Yeah, your calling, following your heart energy. What a beautiful combo. This is about your higher calling and where you're being drawn. Just follow your heart. So this is a lot about the mind. That's all right. We can do that. But right now it's like, you rest mind. I'm going to follow the heart. Let the heart do the work. Let the heart draw you. Let the mind have a rest, right? And underneath all of that, yeah, you do have the Empress energy, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creating you know, your create, creating your. They're like fill in the blank. What do you want to create? You have this great creative energy that's flowing through here, following your heart, following that. It's about creating, not about fulfilling or meeting an expectation, but this is about creating something, right? And this is. So I like that birthing, the harvest energy, enjoy where you've come from and that you've got the fields all prepared, but now it's just time for a rest, is what they're saying here. And then they'll bring in other things for you. So I like that for you, Jojo. And I don't know if I saw a second question from you yet. So if you're here, pop that out here. Let's get your fortune cookie for number 1 here. If not, we'll circle back around for number 2 at some point. When if you don't put something out, we'll see what spirit wants you to know. All right. And for this one, yeah, there we go. Here's that beautiful Scorpio new moon energy. Transformation. Embrace change as a path to growth. Yeah. So just allow the change and embrace it as you move forward. All right, let me just make sure here you didn't put another question out there and I just missed it. I don't see it yet here. So let me put another one of your down here on the list so that I will complete it sometime tonight. You'll probably pop back on here in a minute. You'll wake up suddenly going, oh God. All right. So that is for that one. And like I said, we had Olivier Vagara pop into the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'm still cracking up. Moonlight. The Wicked Mother syndrome. Dun, dun, dun. Nah. And then Diana as well. Hello, hello, my friend. Thank you so much for your donation. We'll get you added on the list up here as well. All right. So up next here, we do have Moonlight. So 2453. Whoops. There we go. Here is for number 1. And like I said, we'll jump to Maria P next and then back to you. And then to Diana. Unless Jojo puts her question, then we will jump to them in between. But that's where we're at right now. So thank you for your donation, your cool sticker there for number 1. And you're feeling totally flat these days. No guts, no motivation, no mood swings. Why? Lots of pain at night. Any spiritual guidance about this phase, please? All right. Let's find out what's going on here, of course. If there's anything medically mentioned, I'm not a medical professional. Tarot's for fun. There's a disclaimer in the description box of the video about it's for entertainment purposes, and everyone should always seek professionals in their important decisions in their life. And there you go. Disclaimer made. Check, check. So let's take a look here. Let's ask specifically here. What's behind this feeling of just emptiness, right? Just no motivation, kind of just being in space. It feels like it's tapping into your emotional center, this calmness. Okay, this card, ooh, two cards came flying out. I didn't even know they came out. So we got those first, and then these. Let's see anything about the pain and the phase of this life. All right. And then these three. None of those. Okay. Yeah. You do have the High Priestess on the bottom of the deck, which, of course, does represent an overall energy here of, being away in your High Priestess temple, swimming around in your emotions, looking behind the veil, seeing things from a higher perspective, really connecting with the spirit world. So we definitely, there is this draw here that I'm sensing with all of this, that you're in this quiet, it's almost like being in the eye of a storm. And when we're used to, like, it's like if you're going like 120 kilometers or miles, however, a very, very fast speed for a very long time, like on a, if you've ever driven on a freeway for hours and then you have to exit to get gas and you have to like slow down, and even like 35 miles or whatever per hour, here it's miles per hour in the United States, but it's like it feels like you're like going backwards even if you're just doing, I feel like your life was so busy and so, it wasn't like it was chaotic, but it definitely had a lot of emotional drama everywhere, and everyone's emotions you were feeling. You had a lot of dramatic people that were having a lot of big things happening. It was like really, really loud and busy, busy, busy. And now it's quiet and kind of still. And I feel like that is a big part of this, is what I'm kind of sensing here. It's just like you're getting used to this feeling of being, of not having a drive to become someone, because you're realizing I'm already everything I need to be right here, right now. I don't have to become something different or achieve something different. I can just be, and I can sit in this, right? And the more that if I want movement, then as I focus in on gratitude for what I do have, what do I love? What's my passion? What's my joy? What are those things? I start focusing on being grateful for those things. Then I draw more in, and then things start going in that direction. So we have that movement, we start being drawn. It's like we stop focusing on lower vibration. We kind of in this pocket of nothingness for a moment. Like what? Like a year? You're like, feels like that, right? And then you start to focus on the higher vibration. Whoosh, you kind of start heading upward, right? So let's see what this. That's the bottom of the deck. Let's see these first two cards that came flying out. What is this about? Yeah, Page of Pentacles, entering a new type of uh, external world energy, and the Five of Cups, a change of emotional energy. So exactly as we just talked about, right? There is this, because you've had an emotional change. And it's funny, I do hear that from a lot of people, that as we evolve our, and kind of cut away that which we're not, it gets really quiet, and we almost are on the verge of boredom, because we're so used to, being in a traumatic, dramatic energy all the time, that when it gets into a quiet place, it's almost like going on a vacation to a quiet beach and you're like, I feel like I should be doing something. And it's like, relax, take a nap, have a rum coconut drink. That'll put you out. Right. All right. Let's take a look here. I'm not telling you to drink. That was just a analogy. Take a sip of spirit, right? So let's take a look here. What's about this pain at night? We do have the Ace of Cups energy. And underneath that, we do have the Lovers, the Two of Swords. So there is this underneath, there's this power of story and power of emotional choice as well. So this is both of these cards underneath the Ace of Cups are all about me choosing the story around things, me choosing the emotions around things. And the Ace of Cups is this turning inward, upward. It's almost as if your your body is crying out for more. It's like it wants to turn inward and upward, and it wants to change the story. It wants to change the emotional choices around its beingness, which is an interesting thing because we have an emotional body that's created 7 years old and younger. We have a mental, like a mental body. Emotions are down here. Mental body up here, 7 to 14, and then our physical body develops 14 to 21. So we have like these kind of three avatars of our inner child: an emotional one, a mental one, and then the teenage physical kind of one. That when our emotional inner child and mental inner child want to communicate something to us, and we haven't, sometimes we've learned to tone it out like a child, which if you, and I know you being a parent, and those of you that have parents out there or even working in a call center, you start to learn to tone people out and tone children out and tone things out, because when you hear it all the time, you just get used to it, and you just and you don't even realize it. That's why kids are like, "Mom, mom, 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 mom," and you're like, "Oh, what?" That's like our inner child. When we're not hearing them, then the physical, I'll get their attention. So I feel like there's something around self-love that your pain body is expressing itself into your physical body to point you to an internal pain, if that resonates. You have these three cards too. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, the Eight of Wands. There's a lot of messages from Spirit coming through here. So I feel like they've been giving you signs and trying to point you to that inside as well. So if there's something that's been gnawing at you, what's been triggering you like a lot lately, that's them trying to get your attention. You have the Spirit of Pentacles, so the King of Pentacles. This does have to do with abundance and the physical world. And then the moon. Here's your moon energy. So it also can be this cyclical moon energy that we've, been moving into. Of course, we're in Scorpio season now. No, yes, we are Scorpio season. We just have the new moon in Scorpio too. So there is a lot of that internal in its moon energy. It's really, I feel like it's being emphasized a lot of your emotional energy. And I feel like that's it's almost like your emotional pipes are, the pressure's been turned up. So you're feeling it in your physical body, kind of feels like. So if that resonates, that's what I feel is coming through right now. But I feel like it's not like a new message. I feel like you've been getting, yeah, 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 yeah. I know. Fine. I know this is about this subject. I know it's been triggering and I've been triggering. So I'm ready. I'm ready to look at this. Um, so it is something that's been coming up quite a bit. Um, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. And we'll jump over to Marie and then back to you for your second one there. Hey, Tim. Good to see you. All right. Here is your intuition. Look, here's the new moon symbol up there. Trust your inner voice and follow its guidance. So your inner voice, they're calling you inward there as well. What do you got going on here, Tim? Yeah, patience is a must. Yeah, especially with everything going on with the post office, right? After 25, can hurt yourself just getting out of bed. Yeah. Big warm. Big warm dad hug. Since I think I'm older than you, we'll do a Bretta hug because older Bretta hug. You're too funny. But good to see you, Tim. Yeah, I definitely can relate to that. Sometimes you just wake up and go, "What did I do in my sleep? Why does my leg hurt?" All right, so let's jump back in here to the reading. So, Maria P, here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation via the PayPal. We will circle back around for your free reading here eventually. So let's bring up your email over here. Well, the PayPal email. Let's see what we got going on here in the days of Wally. All right. So let's see what we got here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Let's step into Wally's energy here. What are their thoughts? Thank you. And what are their feelings? Thank you. What's coming for you guys next week? Thanksgiving week, huh? Let's see what we got going on here. Got something happening here. It looks like 2 events, a couple cards for each or a few. Oh, will you? Okay, we'll find that out with those cards. And then anything going on the dark side? Does his son or stepsons know about you? All right, 1 card. Boom. Does he know you want to spend more time together? Yeah. I don't need no cards for that. Yes, but let's take a look and see what he thinks about it. Is something bugging him? I don't need cards for that either. Something's always bugging him. Uh, he's always feeling bugged and bugging. We'll find out what it is here. And then anything around work for you. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So Wally's thoughts today. Excuse me. Yeah, all about balance, wanting to find this nice balance in the outside world. And I feel like they feel like things are a bit more balanced right now. They're like things just kind of feel like they're flowing. Emotionally, they have the 9 of Pentacles, which is a feeling of independence and fullness, and it is a card of um like fullness of the outside world too. It can be a gift energy, just feeling like my life is full and complete in a way, and they really feel positive, their emotions around it. The 9 of Pentacles also is that energy of hermitude, and so I feel like that their emotions are, I really want to get out on my own because I feel like that will change a lot of stuff between the 2 of you. Um, so they got that, and you're like, duh. What's coming up for you next week? There's 2 sets. I feel like 2 times you get together next week. The first one here, oh, there's actually 4 cards. So you've got the Ace of Pentacles. So there's an opportunity to get together here in the outside world. There is the 2 of Swords, which is the power of choice. It's like there's 2 ways that this can unfold. And you've got 2 threes. You got the 3 of Swords or the 3 of Pentacles. 3 of Pentacles is being true to one's authentic self and feeling like abundance and growth in the outside world. The other is expectations equal disappointment. So I feel like it's very important for you next week of if you have these expectations, right? Like, well, this is what should happen, what needs to happen, that it's not going to meet up to it. And you're going to feel disappointed, right? Or you can choose to go as low expectations as you can. Just be grateful for anything that happens. And then you're like, wow, this is wonderful. And you're going to have a great experience instead of, oh, well, I wanted it to be this and this, but it was just that. And instead of being grateful for what it was, we're focusing on the little bit of what it wasn't, which kind of sucks the life out of it, right? So that's a very important awareness around the first get together that you have, that it's not the way that you want it to be in your mind, but what about your heart is just grateful. If you can think about way back when you first met, and the questions you would ask are we going to be able to spend any time together? Do they like me? When you first were just meeting them, and now look how far you've come. And but if we go back to those expectations or you had none yet, or just a little bit, you can see how much you're grateful for that past self would be grateful for right now instead of your future self. I mean, your current self that got used to and expecting the things we've had, right? If we go back and we're like, wow, I'm so grateful for all these things. Because at some point it could have been like nothing, could have been gone to 0, but look at where you're at, right? So that's that's the first thing. The second thing here, I do feel like when you're asking, will we celebrate together the holidays? You have the power of choice with the Chariot and the Queen of Cups, with the Heart of Cups energy. So I feel like you guys have a choice to do that. It may not be on the day of, because obviously, but you could have a celebration either the night before or the day after or on the weekend. I feel like it's going to be separate from, because they're getting sucked into all their family and friends group that, is huge. And I don't feel like it's time yet for you to show up with them to the events and everything yet. Because I don't feel like it's just not they've been in this protective energy of you for a long time, and they're just like, "Just trust me, it's best if you meet them later, uh, now's not the time." So, gotta trust timing with all that, right? So, hopefully that makes sense. Um, Updates on the dark side? Yeah, 3 of Wands. There's some changes of directions being planned here. Um, I feel like some things that I feel like they're because the 2 of Wands is the planning, the 3 of Wands is, "Well, that won't work, I gotta make alterations." I feel like they're trying and looking into things and hitting walls, and by that I mean, like, they're researching, "Well, how could I do this, and how could I do that? Legally this, separate that. Okay, that won't work. How will that work?" I feel like they're altering things, but it does show that they're working on stuff. I don't feel like it's made its way outside of them yet. I feel like they're still in their plotting phase. Um, do his sons, any of them know about you, the stepsons and sons and everyone else? I have the 9 of Cups, which is the dream come true and the emotional energy. The 9 of Cups is a hermit energy, so I feel like they're still keeping it to themselves. Kind of, adding on to what I said in, around Thanksgiving and all of that, that they're just like there's so much drama among their family, and I feel like they're like, it needs to be where there's this pocket away where, you know, it it has to be when you guys are together, then they'll bring it in because, um, I just feel like it's just like a chaotic, it doesn't take much. It's like piranhas, you don't wanna throw fresh meat into the lake because the piranhas, "Rah, rah, 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 rah." You're just like, "I don't." He goes, "I have a hard time, you know, so I don't wanna introduce you to that." And it's out of care and out of not wanting drama, yet. So, does he know you wanna spend yeah, does he know that you wanna spend more time together? Yes. We have the Earth Mother, which is the Empress, so Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, that emotional energy, and even the Heart of Swords, the Queen of Swords, is the balance between head and heart, and so they know with that nurturing energy, that, Empress energy, you want things to grow, that, but also with this Queen of Swords, they know you have expectations and you have, you know, it's not subtle, your questions and things and your energy. So they get it that, yeah, I know you want more. And that's what kind of, and we talk about that. Expectations are what sucks the life out. That's what starts becoming a burden when they feel like they're not being enough and giving enough. Then that starts to make them feel like, ugh. There's an interesting, I'm reading a book by Mel Robbins called Let Them Theory. And I was just reading this morning. I'm trying to read a little bit every day. It's it's talking about what draws humans is pleasure and fun and reward. Punishment or lack or whatever actually sends people in the other direction. And that's us as humans. We are drawn to things that we love and that we enjoy and that taste good and feel good and all that. If it feels bad and blah, 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 we go in the other direction. And that's what happens with expectations too. Expectations isn't a feeling of, oh, yay, celebration. That's why gratitude, energy draws things to us, and being grateful to people for what they're doing draws them more to us, where complaining and telling people what they're not doing sends them in the other direction. So good information. Um, is something bugging him? Got the Six of Wands energy here, and the Innocence of Swords on the bottom of that, seeking some clarity. Overall, the Six of Wands right now feels like that's an abundance, victory, celebration kind of energy. But I feel like that would be the thing that would bug them here with the Innocence of Swords, the Page of Swords, the mind, the higher way of looking at things. I feel like, you know, it goes back to that the what bugs them is that everyone wants something more from them, that they don't feel celebrated by a lot of people with the Six of Wands, that they wish that people would appreciate what they do, and I feel like this is in, like, every area of their life, not just, it's not pointed at you, it's just their life. They're like, "I wish people would just," but that's part of their journey too, that's all of our journey. When we look to the outside world to validate us, eventually we realize they can't. It's unstable. If someone validates you 1 minute, the next minute it's not. The same thing that was good a minute ago isn't another moment, right? Um, so that's something for us all to glean from. And then what about work for you? You got the Star card and the Ten of Pentacles. Well, work seems to be, I just feel like there's going to be something coming in here. You're shining bright, and the Ten of Pentacles is abundance coming your way. So it does feel like there's something. It's a very good balanced energy with the Star card. But the Ten of Pentacles is a good abundant energy. Like I feel like um opportunities, fullness. Um, I just feel like there's going to be some recognition of some sort, either on your annual performance review, or you get a raise or a bonus, or there's a promotion, or there's a new job opportunity. There's something there with that Star card. Just follow your why and follow your heart, in a way at work, because I feel like that, that's like the North Star leading you in that direction. So I like that for you for work. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. What else for you? All right. I feel like it's this one right here. And you've got visualize, see your dreams clearly in your mind's eye. So there's that. The Star card is like your dream energy too. So I like that for you. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. And as I said, we'll circle back around for your free reading here in a bit. So thank you again so much. Many, many blessings to you. All righty. Let's see. We have Michelle Smith in the house. Hey, Michelle. Good to see you. Let me put your on the list over here. And I'm not sure if you, let's see, what time is it? It's probably been a little bit. You might have been in and gone. If you're here, well, I'll talk about it when I do your reading. All right. So we are circling back to Moonlight. So Moonlight or Summer for number 2 here. Let's grab both your timestamps here. So thank you for your additional donations, your sneak peek, third eye, private eye. So you'd like a deep dive on NN, please. His thoughts, feelings, intended actions, changes, his frozen? Is that a frozen friend's influence? Oh, all right. Very good. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I am doing well. All right, let's see what's going on with NN here. So, what are his thoughts towards you right now? Okay, got those underneath. And then feelings, intended actions, one card, his friend's influence, the frozen friend, the snowman. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Just scooch these out. Got three here. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck overall, there's the Six of Wands energy. It's an interesting energy because it is a balanced attraction energy, a balanced fire energy. But I usually would see this as mutual attraction. But it's like I see the mutual attraction again there, and all of a sudden it goes. I don't know, not sure what this is. I'm sure we'll find out more here, but it just feels like very much big mirroring energy that's coming through with that, which is interesting because that's not the way that normally comes through. It usually comes through very positive and upbeat kind of wow kind of card, but yeah, it's interesting. Let's see. Well, let's see what's going on here. What are their thoughts going on here? We do have the Sage, the Hierophant. There is a change of mind going on here, trying to see things from a higher perspective, trying to kind of gain some clarity. Below those, we have three cards. Let's see what this is all about. Ooh, yeah, the Tower card. So they do have these thoughts of sudden ending energy, which would be fight or flight when it kicks in. Again, when there's challenge and fear of rejection, um, we might choose to leave instead of being it's like ending something instead of someone else ending it. There's a different energy around that. Like I was the one who ended it, not them. It's like, oh no, I ended it. Well, let's see here. We got the magician. Yeah, this mixed energy tower card. I mean, major arcana too. The tower and the magician is then or I could it's like all or nothing. It's like I'm either gonna go all in and go forward or I need to end it. There's no gray and there's kinda like this black and white world energy that comes in here. Yeah, they got the Queen of Cups. So the heart underneath the surface is the one encouraging with this magician. It's like the mind wants to run and the heart wants to run towards. So that's where this conflicting energy is that's coming in here. Let's see what's in the heart here with the feelings. Yeah, because they have the Ace of Cups. That is self love energy along with new love energy. Got the Three of Cups. So this is joy, celebration, but there's also going to be a third party energy and the Nine of Cups too. Like this dream come true that they're looking for. There's a little bit energy of here of that how can we say this? It's not so much that they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket, but they're afraid that one person isn't going to be it's interesting. Like it's not one person's not enough. And it's like there's another person there. Their heart is almost like torn between two different people. But what's interesting is that third person is this Nine of Cups, which is a mirage, right? Of this perfect person. And we all have that in the beginning. We think of this movie star with this movie star with this actor and this singer all put together, and then they're gonna have what I loved about this person and that person, we create, like, this Frankenstein monster. That's the combination of all these people, and we go, "That's it, they're perfect, but they're beautiful, they're not all scarry like the Frankenstein." They're they're not a monster, they're a hotster. They're hot, right? Because they have everything that we imagine. And that's the mirage in the desert when it's so hot. It's not really real. It's not an oasis, it's a mirage. You get to it, it's not really there. And this is what I feel like it's like their mind and their heart go into this energy of, well, but what this is the perfect person I'm looking for. And it's like, well, if you want that, then you need to become this because you them as they are would never get someone like that because they're not at that level. They're not loving themselves that much or being that themselves that they could never receive it anyway, which is always an interesting thing, right? So I feel like there is that hesitancy of what if I find this dream person that's mysteriously out there. Rumor has it they're out there. And it's like, do you know their name? No. Have you seen them? No, but they've gotta be out there. And you're like, go have fun with that. So interesting energy. What are their intentions? They have the heart of swords. So the queen of swords is the heart and the mind balancing. I feel like their intentions are this battle that's going on between their head and their head wanting to run, their heart wanting to go forward, that their intentions are, I've got to find a decision that both my head and heart can be happy with. And I feel like that's where their battle is, and that's why they're kind of iffy and inconsistent. They're there and they're gone. They're there and they're gone. They're forward and they withdraw. They forward and they withdraw. Very active and conversational, and then they disappear, and then they're back. And you're like, oh, that's when the hearts has grabbed a hold of the steering wheel, and then the mind grabs it back, and they're gone, right? And you're just like, okay, I know, interesting. And then what was the last piece? I already forgot. Oh, it's right here. Oh, his oh, the changes, and his friend's influence. Well, I feel like the changes we haven't, I feel like that's what's going on is, they're going back and forth, and there's little changes going back and forth in their head and their heart. I feel like their head, who is the one going, the dream is really realizing, I don't think that's out there. The more they look around, the more they interact with other people. They're like, I don't think this dream person is obtainable and real. Um, so I feel like they're getting some clarity around that. And their heart, I feel, is um I feel like how's their heart changing? With this Ace of Cups, I feel like they're stepping into a little more of self-love and being true to themselves a little more. But I don't feel like they're huge changes, quite honestly. How's the frozen friends influence here or their friends? Yeah, I see here this a lot of wands energy, um, with this queen of wands, and then the seven of wands is about, be true to yourself, don't shrink for anyone, just be you. You don't have to, live up to what everyone else wants you to be. It's your life, you be you kind of energy. And which is good. They're encouraging them to be true to their authentic self and not to, but, um, but in that, they're also assuming that, he's living up to what they all want to believe, right? It's like, yeah, yeah, be yourself, be the person we think you are. And like, what if I'm not that? What? Yeah, and they got the Wheel of Fortune, the tuna for you. You know, I feel like they're very supportive of them being themselves and life is for you. You've got a lot to offer, really encouraging energy and telling them that they don't have to try to become someone that they're not. Um, and don't hide who you are kind of energy. So it's more of a push towards authenticity than anything, and, not them saying that not to bend, don't bend the knee to anybody kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in around them too. But yeah, it does feel a lot like they're trying to figure themselves out. And I feel like they end up, you know, shrinking themselves usually, and their friends are trying to get them not to do that. But also, if they don't do what their friends want to do, they try to, well, you need to do this. Why aren't you doing this? Trying to make them be who they think that he should be. Yeah, he's like serenity, or maybe this is for you. Find serenity within your mind and heart, but that's exactly what he's trying to do, right? Exactly as we said, what the changes are, are coming in here, right? So, I do like this here. Yeah, I think I am in live. According to my, other computer here, I'm live. Hello. I'm currently completing the donations. I haven't got to any free readings yet there. Uh, so we'll be getting those here in a little bit. All right. So I think that's it. I don't think Jojo, I don't think you are back yet. No. All right. All right. So Diana, you are up. Let's grab this here. You got 10221. Look at all these twos and ones coming in here. Boom, boom, boom. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation and the little microphone. Well, BZ, I'm here to inform you. You were right. Wow. While others were having a good time, CP was in a mood and had their wall up on Saturday. Deep dive, please, on the cause of this and what really was the drive home like the night between CP and FSO. Ooh, okay. We'll definitely dive into here. Let's see here. Yes, I do have you on the list for the free readings. Um, I'm on my last donation right now. That doesn't mean one's not going to come in, but when I get to the free readings, it's going to be Touch of Love, Mika Khan, and then Content, and then Maria P, and then Jean XO, and then you, and then Livier, and then Michelle Smith is where we're at right now. All right. So cheers to you, my friend Diana. We'll dive in here and get the tea. So good to see you too. Wow. So the wall was up. So, what was the issue on this? I know. Yeah, it's some beautiful coffee there. Yum yum. Well, it's kind of cool coffee right now, but it's some good stuff in there. All right. So, Diana, let's take a look here. So, what was the cause of this having a wall up? Because they're always in a mood. I mean, honestly, they're always in a mood. Just sometimes it's a less lighter of a mood, but I have to say that they're always in a mood, right? There's always that energy. Let's see what we got here. So what was the cause? All right. All right. So one card with 5 underneath. And then what was the drive home like that night? Right. All right. Well, we'll see what that's all about. I mean, I haven't seen the cards yet. I'm just picking up the energies already. So, bottom of the deck. Overall, we got the Queen of Pentacles, the Heart of Pentacles, which is an energy of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, every man for themselves, every woman for themselves kind of energy of, you know, um, I'm taking care of me, you take care of you kind of energy. So there is very much this, instead of it being a sensual together, birthing whatever energy, it's totally this, I'm nurturing myself. I'm doing what I need to do for me kind of energy. So that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what the cause was. Got the Two of Pentacles. There is this, it feels like there's this physical, um, what is this about timing and but it almost feels like the separateness of the past and the future. And, this feeling of, uh, what is this feeling like usually we forecast the future based on our past. And when CP could forecast their future based on the past, they felt safe. But now there's been this rattling where the past, it doesn't match the present, which then is throwing their future off where they're like, I don't know what all this is. And now they're in that extra fight or flight zone where things in the present are so different to them that it's scaring the crap out of them. And then they are, it's making their inner child whoop, whoop, whoop. And when we're in that place, we do act like a child, right? Let's see what these 5 cards underneath all of that are to find out the deets. So we have the 9 of Wands. Ooh, yep, here's the wall. There's a wall up here too. I feel like they're hitting their head up against a wall, and they do feel like there's this wall that's built up between the two of them, like significant wall. It's not the Les Nessman tape wall of WKRP in Cincinnati, that old show. It's a real wall. I think we talked about that before. That sounds familiar. This huge metallic thick wall that it's solid. They can't get through it. And they're used to not having boundaries, being able just to step across that piece of tape and going, there's no wall here. I'm in here. Now they're like, I'm really locked out. What's going on here? Right. And we have the Chariot card, which is the power of choice energy coming in. A lot of Cancer moon energy coming in. This mother energy. Wonder if there's been something about, was there something about Thanksgiving and mother going, mm-mm, I don't want that around here. I got big, huge mother energy because it's Mother Moon, Cancer Moon, and a choice that mother has made that they're not happy with. Ooh, interesting. We'll take a look here. We got the Devil card too, Capricorn, Saturn energy. So there's some stuff going on with work too. And I feel like, what's this about work? Is this is about? Yeah, we got the High Priestess, this alone feeling, and there's all this major arcana. Oh my god, and the Hermit too. So we definitely they feel alone. They feel like they've been abandoned. And I feel like I put the Devil card next to the 9 of Wands because it feels like at work, that there's this big wall formed between the work and going, this is mine, that is yours. There's this big separation energy, and that 2 of Pentacles makes a lot of sense now that it's like they feel like they're not, there's this is their connection. It's not, you know, like this. It's the connection is has really thinned between the two of them. Wow, yeah. So I feel like they're feeling all of this and they're not it's like I'm stepping into CP's energy. I feel kind of like mentally scattered and which is a sign of being in fear because we can't think clearly when our inner child is in fight or flight mode just trying to do whatever it needs to do to get to safety, feeling in control again, but they're definitely feeling out of control, feeling ostracized, feeling that. And I feel like that is what kind of did it. And I think the mother energy around Thanksgiving, probably in the holidays next week, was like, no, if you guys are going to go, you can come, but no, don't bring them. And that's been communicated, I feel. Because I feel like they're just like, "No, we don't want drama, we want it to be a happy occasion, and when you 2 guys are together, that's not happy." So, no, and so I feel like that was what came about, and they're just, you know, wanting 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 to be wanted, wanting to be needed like any inner child. It wants love and it feels rejected. And so it was wanting love, it was wanting attention, and so kind of pouting, um, because little children, what are the 3 ways they respond? Laughing or smiling, which they weren't, crying, or sadsies, or tantrum and roar, and so that's the energy that comes in it. Interesting, right? And then how was the ride home, the drive home like that night? Okay, let's see here. 7 of Pentacles. Long. It was a long drive home. Son of Pentacles, one of those patients the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Oh my god, is this ever gonna end? What was this other one? Ooh, yeah. 9 of Swords. A lot of fears, which makes sense. A lot of fears being expressed. Let's see what that looked like here. Yeah, we had the Naked Heart. And the Naked Heart is, you know, it almost feels like there was some very heartfelt things said. It's almost like when I'm just seeing like a little child crying and you're trying to get them to tell you what they're crying about. And they finally just blurt out something, "Blah, blah, 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 blah." And I feel like they've shared a fear of theirs. Like, you're going to leave me. You're going to abandon me just like everyone else has abandoned me in my life. Like, they like, the real fear slipped out. Yeah, and the star card. And so it almost feels like this I can't imagine a heart to heart, but it almost feels like it was, here's my heart. This is what I wanted and now this is never going to happen and blah 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 blah. It's like everything just they filled up so much they just had to spill out. And I feel like there was some real truth. I feel like this was CP sharing it, not, uh, SP. FS. Why do we SP? Who's that? Spell check. FS. Because it feels like they're just like, they couldn't hold it anymore. They just kind of, let's see what happened here. Spirit of Swords, which is the King of Swords, and the Five of Swords. Yeah, argument, conflict. Well, and yeah, I feel like in this one, because the King of Swords is rules over the thoughts and mind, right? And they get a second portion of swords. So they're very much analytical and in their mind. I almost feel Aquarius energy, which the star card is Aquarius energy too. That's funny. But I feel like FS didn't like empathize and try to comfort them. They were just unfeeling, unemotional, and just responded in an unemotional way. Um, and I feel like CP wanted emotional response or reaction, but they just got they're reminding me of after my first breakup. Um, it was like, well, 2 years in, I kinda had decided that we weren't gonna make it because they had cheated on me in, like, 6 months into our relationship, and I tried. It was my first relationship, so I was like, it's supposed to be forever, and you gotta try," and I was trying to trust them again and trying to do all this, and I just couldn't at some point, and I was like, at 2 years, I was like, "This is over," and then but we still stayed together a whole 'nother year, and when I decided we were breaking up because I was like, well, it was pretty much they asked, "What can I do to trust you again?" And I said, this was before cell phones. I was like, "Carry a pager," which back then only drug dealers, use pagers or business people. I was like, "You have to carry a pager. You have to have a private investigator that follows you around, blah blah." And I realized, even though it seemed ridiculous, I go, "That's what it would need for me to build trust with you because I don't trust you. I trusted you and you blew my trust." Um, and in the moment that I could still picture myself, I was in the kitchen putting down new linoleum tile, and they came down and sat next to me and said, "I don't want this to be over," and blah 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 and blah blah blah. And I was just like, I was gone. I'm like, well, it there's nothing we can do to solve that. It's just over. And they were like, "How can you be so cold?" And I'm like, "I get it." They were in Aquarius too, but I'm like, "I get it. I was already over this. I had already mourned it a year ago." And I kind of feel like this is the energy of FS, that they were kind of just there mentally and, logically. And that's what Aquarians, we're water bearers. We can contain our emotions in containers and be like, "Nope, not going to be expressed. Bye bye." And I feel like that's kind of what happened on the way home. And I don't feel like FS was really impacted by it. I just feel like they are in their little forest field going, "I'm nurturing myself. I'm doing what I need to do for me because you can't give me what I need. I have to give me what I need." A very counseling type of response. I feel like they learned that maybe in their therapy or whatever. I get to be what I need for me. You can't be that for me. So I'm not going to ask you for that anymore. Interesting. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I like that. Positive affirmations. Use positive affirmations to reinforce your goals. Kind of feel like this is FS. I almost feel like, do you ever, what was it? It was either Mad TV or old SNL, Saturday Night Live, like years ago, where the guy, he would look in the mirror and go, You're smart enough, you're good enough, and darn it, people like me," So I feel like you know, I feel like there's this, I'm telling myself positive affirmations. "You're good enough, you da 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 da," and I'm depending on myself. I'm affirming myself. I'm no longer looking for affirmation from them, and that was their power before, but that power's gone, right? Interesting. So thank you for that donation. I see another one here. So thank you for number 2. Let's dive into that one here too. Thank you so much for that. Let's grab that in here. Do you like that? Saturday Night Live, right? It was something Smalley, wasn't it? Stuart Smalley? It was something like that. I forget. So OFS has emotional mention already left the building. So I know, wow, given that reading, there are 2 big events happening next week, one of them being Thanksgiving. And you're right about Ephesus. Oh, unboxing reading, please, on FS and CP for next week. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, so it does feel like, I think the big one, Thanksgiving, that's like a being ixnayed. But the other thing, it feels like I feel like they're able to go to that one. But let's take a look here. Let's pull Thanksgiving first, just because, and then let's take a look at the other big event. That was her name, Stuart Smalley. Tell you what, sometimes the stuff spirit brings back to me. I'm like, what? And I'm like, random things in my brain. And then there's the Stewart from Mad TV. Let me do it. He always cracked me up. All right, let's see what's going on here. Underlying energy. I mean, we got the Ten of Swords, which is the ending of expectations. Um, it's kind of that energy of I'm tired of trying to please everyone. I'm just going to be me. I'm going to do what needs to be done. I'm not worried about what people are going to say or not say or do or not say. That's not my problem. I'm returning to me. I feel like that's FS's energy. And CP, they're like, Your responses or reactions are your own, not mine. I'm just telling you what people are, you know, you're uninvited. The vampire's been uninvited out of that house. You cannot enter it. But this one, they haven't uninvited you from yet. Oh, that's funny. I mean, the situation's not funny, just the analogy is. All right, let's see what Thanksgiving holds in store for them. So, two of wands. Yep, two two different, energies, right? Going two different directions, two different plans. Yeah, we have the four of wands. On one hand, there's a joyful celebration and a joyful gathering. The Heart of Swords with the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, and this makes sense. The Heart of Swords is the balance between head and heart, which is like this. In order for there to be balance, you cannot go there. So there is this Nine of Pentacles being separate and alone. The Nine of Pentacles, of course, being like the Hermit card, that's there. So there definitely is that, you know, I'm not going to stay at home. I want to go spend time with my family. I can't believe you're going to go spend time when they gave me an ultimatum that you can go and I can't. Uh, that's your problem. Underneath all of that, yep, Two of Swords. So this choice of story and the Three of Cups. Yeah, choosing community and joy. And so that's the underlying energy of here is, um, this. It's almost like I would give you the choice to come or not with them, but with because I feel like I've got this before where they're like, if they can control themselves, they can come. But I feel like now there's this energy where they're saying, no, I don't believe they can control themselves by other interactions that we've had since then. So no, I do not want them in my house kind of energy. Um, so I feel like that's what Thanksgiving is about, and I do choose. I mean, there's this choice of joy and celebration and togetherness, and that we want this to be a joy, like mentioned earlier. We want this to be a joyful event with two joy cards, um, and not have any drama. So no, um, they're not allowed. There will be garlic around the porch. They cannot enter. All right. So we kind of already knew that. That's just confirmation of all that and the choice of joy. The second event, let's see what this is about. We got the movement of wands and the judgment card. This calling from a higher place. Knight of Wands energy. What is this all about? Because this Knight of Wands feels almost, I don't want to say, I'm being reminded of, like, someone given an ultimatum kind of energy, and what I mean by that is, like, "Your family won't let me go there, um, so, you know, please don't, keep me from going to this other thing." So I feel like they're like, "At least you can, at least this wouldn't be as bad if I wasn't able to go to both, so please let me go to this." Kind of guilt trip, manipulation, energy. Um, this would help me not feel so sad because the judgment card's like a resurrection. This will help bring me back from the dead, right? Um, this wouldn't be so bad if I get to go to that, since I didn't get to go to that, kind of energy. Let's see what's below the surface on all that. Yeah, the naked heart. Here's the burying of my heart again. Everyone's rejecting me. Nobody loves me. Gonna eat some dirty what's that song? Nobody loves me. Everybody hates me. I'm gonna go eat some dirty worms. I forget what that song, whatever that was when we were children. Um, but yeah, wow. We've got Sky Father, the Emperor, and King of Pentacles. So they're both of this energies here is about what's this masculine energy? Because this is about fullness of life and making a choice and trying, and it feels like this heart trying to play um, on the big divine masculine decision maker energy. I feel like is what's below the surface here, and that makes sense again. You know, the because manipulation usually, and I think I just posted about this today. Sadsies sadsies, bullying, um, rejection, and is the three stages usually of manipulation. I feel like CP had gone very quickly from any tears to anger and then rejection and freezing out people energy. But I feel like they're really in that sad energy. And I feel like there's this, in this case, they're really showing their heart and crying and, in that kind of sense. Maybe not physical tears, but crocodile tears. No, I'm just kidding. But there's this energy of really burying their heart and their sadness and trying to get uh, for their own sake of their own self-worth to be able to do this other thing. And so there's a lot of energy they have around this. Let's see what the energy. Yeah, that 9 of wands, that block that they feel there. What's the outcome here? We do have the 7 of cups and the 4 of swords. The 4 of swords is this resting energy, and the 7 of cups is all this emotional confusion, which, makes sense to what we were talking about before, how when someone's in fight or flight, they just feel confused mentally and emotionally. Um, let me see here. I don't feel an outcome here. Um, I feel like the decision is still being made. But let's see here, based on current energies, what ends up? Do they end up going together or staying? I almost feel like this other one is like, maybe you should stay home and get yourself together. Wow. FS, don't turn into CP. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we got movement of swords, heart of pentacles. We got this mother nature, mother nurture. I'm thinking about it energy. So it is that coming back to what was on the main card of the last reading. And the Knight of Swords is the quest of seeking clarity, trying to understand, trying to make a decision, weighing everything out. But I got to do what's right for me, kind of energy that's coming in here overall. So it feels like there's a chance that they'll go to the second one. And I quite honestly, I feel like they're going to um, say, yeah, the second event, you know, I don't want to be a total heel, you can go to that. But I feel like um, FS is just in this. I'm being me and I'm hanging around and I'm going to have a good time no matter wherever I go, whatever you do or don't do. And that's what I feel like they're kind of pouting and being off in a corner going, why am I not being included? And FS is just off having, the time they want to have, not the time that's based on their actions or non-actions, words or silence, right? So I kind of feel like that's what's going on. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. But it just feels like they're like, I don't care. If they'll allow you to go, you can go. But as soon as we say our hellos, I'm mingling and you go do what you want, kind of energy. Wow. Yeah. Alignment, which says align your actions and thoughts with your desires. So that's what they're doing. And that's that self nurturing energy coming through again. Very interesting. Hmm. What do you know? What do you know? So hopefully that gives you what you're looking for there. But it feels like they're thinking about the second event. And I feel like they're, again, like I said, it's a free country. um, they haven't, yeah, the second event, whatever, I don't feel like they said, you can't go to that. Uh, there. Yeah. Yeah. Boo 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 boo. You just think of CP as a little hurting little child that felt so unloved and so uncared about and rejected. And that's why they express themselves as an adult, because in those moments they return. There was this great, my host shared an Instagram post to me today. It was something about why people act different in life is because in a moment where we're feeling pain, we will reflect it from the age at which we received the original pain. And so the pain that CP has of that rejection and that fear that people are leaving them, not choosing them, abandoning them happened at an early age. That's why they revert to acting that age, because that's what's being expressed, that child, not an adult, but that child. And so when we realize it's a cry for love is what it is. And when we realize that, we start looking at people differently, that it's not people just being jerks, it's people being little child jerks, because children can be jerks because they don't know any better. They just express themselves and they don't know how to, children are not emotionally mature yet, right? And so when we're reacting from that pain, that's what we act that way, which is really interesting because it's so true, like, yep, I get it. I get it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And wow, interesting. You know, here it comes. All right. And Jojo, I don't see you back yet, but what I'm going to do here, it's only been an hour and a half. So I'm going to jump into some free readings. And then if by the time I don't, but by the time I finish the free readings, if you have not, returned, then I will give you a general reading. We'll see what spirit has for you. All right. So let's jump into some free readings. These go do a little faster. They're just 1 to 2 card readings. So we'll start there. So we've got Touch O Love up first. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And I want to ask what spirit has for you in love. You said, "Thank you for your time. Love your words." Oh, thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you. All right, let's take a look here. Touch of love. What does spirit have for you regarding love? All right, that one. All right. Well, so we have the Tower card here and the Heart of Wands, which is the Queen of Wands here. So the Tower card is a message around love that, love was removed out of your life, or the token of the person, the last love that you had was removed out of your life to make space for someone who is going to align more of with who you are becoming, not becoming, because you are already perfect who you are, but you're peeling away things that are not yourself, right? And when we all have disguises of who we are, because we have all this stuff that we put on ourselves growing up. People are going, "This is who you are." And we're like, "Thank you. Okay, I'll put that on." And they're like, here's some horns. We're like, "All right, I'll put those on." And this is who you are. And we start putting in this costume of everything that's been handed to us as children growing up, right? And so we're in these bizarre costumes that don't even represent who we are at all. And then later in life, we start going, "Ugh, this isn't me." And we start taking off things off this costume of who we have become based on everyone else's opinion of what we should wear and be, figuratively, right? And or literally sometimes too, but more figuratively, that we took on these beliefs from everybody. We're peeling those away, and our higher self knows what we're peeling away and who we have agreed that we will be with later. And so this other one was more of a mirror showing us going, "Ooh, I really have horns? I don't want horns." Well, maybe we do, right? Get rid of this halo or this or that or whatever, that we start seeing ourselves in this mirror of who we are and this costume we're wearing, and we realize the things we want to remove. And so this tower was removed out of your life because it served its purpose, and you're removing those pieces of yourself. This Heart of Wands is about you being more true and taking action and being more of who I am, raising your love vibration, realizing who you really are and who you're not, getting rid of this not stuff that was given to you, so that you'll raise your vibration and be in more alignment with who you want to be. That's not even I don't want it to appear that way. I want it to, this energy of to reveal myself as who I am, not who I wanna be, but how I want to, what part of myself I wanna show, because 'cause I'm getting rid of all this stuff. It's like, this is the true me, not this other stuff. So I like this energy. It feels like you're in this midst of chunking stuff off, throwing stuff away, going, "This, I don't want this. I was gonna say, throw away this tutu, but that tutu is cool." But it's like, I don't want, this spike collar. I'm gonna put that off there because that hurts people. Um, or whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. So I feel like you're in that midst of that period of discovering who you're not and letting that stuff go. So it's part of that process. I feel like you still have a ways to go yet, to put off that stuff that you don't want to take into your next relationship. You want to, when you find that mirror, you want to be like, "Yeah, this is me," kind of energy, because you've had other relationships before and you've been evolving and removing things a lot of your life. You're not alone in that. We're all going, "Oh, I didn't even realize I had fairy wings on. I want big butterfly wings or angel wings, not little fairy wings. Psh, let's change them out. I want this to reflect really who I am." So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Touch with Love. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Mika Khan. You are up. Grab your timestamp here. Oh, the little glare on my keyboard. I was like, where's the V on here? I think I check this every time. Yeah, it's not. So, Mika, You wanna know, did PJ also want you to write something in his notebook? Question mark. I didn't write anything. What did he think about that? All right, let's see here. Did he want to? And what did he feel when you didn't? We have the Spirit of Cups. Spirit of Cups, the King of Cups, is a balance between head and heart. I feel like with this energy, they're like, yeah, they wanted you to, but it wasn't like a, oh my God, I want you to. They were like, oh, it would have been nice, but I don't feel like with this energy that there's this, you know, um, deep sadness around it. And then what did he think about that? We had the Seven of Swords. It did feel we have this little thievery and stealing away energy here. So, but this it reveals to them to show them their own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets where they feel like something took something away from them. So they feel a little cheated. They felt a little cheated by it, but I don't feel like it was like this, huge major arcana. It's a minor arcana energy. So it's kind of a little bit of a what's wrong with me? Why didn't you write in my notebook? Um, but um, just know that it's a reflection on purpose that, don't take responsibility unless you want to experience that. You don't have to take responsibility for their choices of their story because we're all mirrors. We never know what people see or don't see, or, when they look in a mirror. Um, and if they needed to see their own thoughts and beliefs about themselves, of how they cheat themselves out of things, and that shows them what they need to see, right? Because if they look and go, "Oh, I got my feelings hurt," well, then I can go look inward and go, "Why was I choosing?" What fear did I have around that? That I'm not good enough, that I'm not special, that I'm not as good as them or as good as them. It's something that's good for all of us to face. That's why we get all these wonderful growth opportunities in our lives. So I wouldn't, you know, um, lose any sleep over it. Um, but just be aware that everyone has emotions that we don't need to know anything about. And but I do feel that they were a little butthurt with that Seven of Swords, just because of that feeling of like someone being chosen on a team and you not being chosen, as I was in middle school. I'm just kidding. Flashbacks. I'm going to break it down into tears. I'm just kidding. I have worked through those emotions, thankfully, but some people haven't yet. I'm an old man. All right. So that's what they have for you, Mika. Hopefully that made sense. All right. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Puppy Cave. Let me add you to the list here. All right. Let's see. I just started the free readings user. I got Content, Maria, GNXO, and then you. So you're about 4 away. All right. So Content, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And you're like a general for tomorrow. All right. Let's take a look here. All right. Well, tomorrow looks here. There's this alteration. The Two of Cups energy here does put a spotlight on relationships, um, and also about emotional choice. And on the Ten of Wands is a big kind of a nudge for us to look at, where am I investing all of my energy? And on one hand, I feel like tomorrow will be a realization of how much, like I'm putting in so much and not getting a whole lot back from a relationship. It can be romantic, friends, family, business, whatever it is. I feel like you realize I'm giving so much, getting so little back. Is this something that I want to invest my energy in? Because the 10 of Wands is about kind of like a inventory of where I'm investing all my energy, as I think I already said. But it's recalibrating it and going, where do I want to invest, especially my emotional energy, and where don't I? And because if I'm putting too much of my emotional energy out into too many things and too many people, I don't have my emotional bank is running low. Then I don't have that ability to draw in love into my life if I'm looking for love, if I don't have it already, or into a passion project or into work or dream or whatever. Because my heart's like, we're almost bankrupt emotionally. I can't get anymore. So I'm not allowing anything to come in. They're the ruler of our emotional area, right? But the more I bring back and I'm like, you know what? This relationship with this person where I'm giving 70, 80, 90%, and they're only giving back 10, 20, 30% consistently, then maybe I need to back off of that to 50%. Or maybe you're like, no, it's gone. I'm getting all of that energy back. It's like taking an emotional inventory of the emotional energy that you're investing is what I feel like this is a big thing because when you're pulling yourself in too many directions, we do a I guess half-assed job in a whole lot of little things when we can do really good in one area or two instead of splitting ourselves out so thin. This is about recalibrating where you're investing your emotional energy. So I feel like that is their guidance for you for tomorrow is to really realize, yeah, where am I investing my emotional energy? I'm going to pay attention to that. So hopefully that makes sense. Content. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right, Maria P, you are up. And this is for your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. Let's put this in here. Let me add, oops, if I can type right. This is for your free one. And you're like a general for you. All right. So for you, what does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay, got this one. What else? And that here. All right. So you do have the Nine of Cups. Here's that dream energy and the Spirit of Swords, which of course is this beautiful balance between head and heart and the Nine of Cups. Kind of got that toward the end of your donation reading where it was talking about your dream, even I think it was your fortune cookie was visualized. Yeah, here's your one from there, which was, what is your dream? See your dreams clearly in your mind's eye. It's like, what is it that my dream come true is and why, right? Understanding what are you living for? That was a question that came up in something that I saw somewhere along the lines and uh, probably on Instagram. Um, that's where I hang out the most. And but that makes so much sense. What am I living for and why? And when we look into that, then you really discover what's driving me both romantically, relationshiply with people of all kinds, jobs and education and situations and things in my body and my bank account. What is driving me? What outcome am I looking for and why? And I like this clarity that is coming in here. So it's really reverberating your fortune cookie. Visualize, get it in here and then validate it here because the mind's going to have all this opinion from the outside world. If we step out of that and connect to our higher mind, our higher heart, and then we can decide what is it that I want to do and why, and then we can make decisions. That becomes our North Star, our compass, right? So I feel like that is what they want you to know right now is there is no right, there is no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And it's like asking a grandparent when they take you to the playground, "What should I go play on?" And they're like, "What interests you? You get to decide. You can go play on it whatever you want." And you're like, "Well, I don't want to do the wrong thing, right?" But it's like, where's your heart drawing you? Where's your passion, your interest drawing you? Um, and then let that be your draw. So hopefully that helps, Maria. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. Then Gene XO, you are up. Hello, hello, love. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And it said, may you ask, hello, party time. What's our L or I's feeling? Yeah, I's, it was I. That was I remember from before, right? Feelings and intentions are towards you. Yeah. I remember you did the little lowercase I. So the lowercase I. Okay, yeah. What are their feelings and intentions towards you? You also want to know what the underlying energies on the bottom. Sure. Cheers to you. Let me take a quick sip. Let's see what we got going on. All right. So, what are their feelings? Thank you. What are their intentions? And what's at the bottom of the deck? Oh. Got the Three of Swords on the bottom of the deck. So, is that expectations equal disappointment energy that comes in? We'll see what how that relates to the reading here. But their feelings here, they do have the innocence of swords, the page of swords. And, there's this energy here because, of course, feelings would be cups, sometimes wands energy, passion, but this is all about in the head. It's like their heart is, which makes sense. If they've had heartache and heartbreak before, they do have their heart kind of like on shutdown, right? And, um, and their mind is ruling over their heart, not allowing it to be expressed and moved on or felt or heard. It's like they're in a cellar in the bottom of a mansion in a soundproof padded cell where the heart can't hurt itself or hurt anyone else. It's like you're staying in there. And I feel like it's very protected in their mind. Their mind is trying to see things differently. It's trying to look beyond the fears, but the heart hasn't been allowed to feel yet, right? Oh, well, there you go. That totally makes sense then. Um, what are his intentions? Yeah, the Justice card. So I like this overall because it sounds like the Justice card, Libra energy, which rules over the house of relationship. Um, but also, the we have all this swords energy. I mean, you have all of it is swords, really, because the Justice card, they have the Ace of Swords here, Page of Swords. So they have all this energy here of trying to see things differently from a different perspective, cut away old ways of thinking that will release their heart. It's almost like they're in an escape room trying to figure out how their heart can escape from this, you know, mind trap that all these beliefs based on past actions of other people, to get to that. So I don't. I feel like their intentions are, I got to get balanced. I got to get out of my head. I got to get out of these old fears, see things from a higher perspective, in order to have intentions towards anyone else. So I kind of feel like there's this energy of, I got to get my mind straight, got to get my mind balanced before I can do anything. And that's what it feels like coming in here. So hopefully that makes, I'm sure that makes sense with everything you just said too. So, and I feel like they're active in it, right? Yeah. So, there's some big reflection, and his last relationship was a mirror of his life, his earlier life. So it's not just, he's not just healing from, transforming from that last relationship. He, he's really looking at the echoes that go all the way back to when he was a child. So there's a lot of that. And I feel like they're reflecting on it. They're not just, sitting crying over their life. I feel like they are attempting to transform, which is good. It's not just I'm not getting an energy of victim, um where they're like, I can't do it anymore. I feel like they're like, I'm tired of this crap. I got to transform my life, kind of energy. Yeah. You know, the thing, we can't change people, right? We can't push people to change. We can't make people change. The only thing that we can really do is help inspire people. Um, and we can make it an easier choice, right? Yeah. Yeah, you would never do that. There's this it's a good affirmation for you to know that you can't do it. So, you know, don't in case you were feeling like, I should I? Yeah. So, and yeah, and you can't do that for we can't do anything for anyone except be a source of love, and we can make it easier for people to choose higher vibration by being a source of, um, unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude instead of lower vibration, because the lower vibration makes it easier for people to choose lower vibration. If we're emanating higher vibration, it makes it easier for them to do that. But even in the end, we can give someone the world and they can still choose lower vibration. That's why it's like, um, more inspiration, and just, you know, letting people know sometimes, yeah, I had a sucky thing happen in my life and it took me a while, but I'm able to do this now. You know, when other people can see that, oh, it's not hopeless, a little spark of hope for people sometimes. That's why I do my Easier Path podcast because, in sharing that I went through crap, I almost killed myself when I was in my early 20s. And I'm in a much, 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 much better place now than I was then. And, that we can have an easier life instead of a harder path. So, I love that for you. So hang in there, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Good to see you. And let's see here. Hey, Moonlight said, Alberta, thanks for your reading. You fell asleep for a moment. I know, right? Oh, good. I loved your reading, especially the part about Ant-Man's friend. Yeah, right. Yes. You're very welcome. And then for your free reading, let me add you to the list here. I thought I saw a free reading request. I'll add you on here. And I think that you're welcome. Touch of love. Good to see you. Yeah, you're right, Gene. Our mind isn't always kind or honest to us. And that is, um, our human side that's so it's those small teachers of fear. It's it thinks it's being kind to us because it's trying to keep our heart from being hurt again. And it doesn't because it's older. It's the older sibling of our emotional inner child, because our emotional inner child's like a 7 and under, inner child, where our mind is a 7 to 14-year-old. So it's the one that feels like, "I need to take care of this toddler," younger sibling. And then the teenager is the one that, our body that's what's funny is our physical body is like our teenager because it's older. It's 14 to 21. So it feels like if we're not like our awareness, if we're not paying attention to our emotional inner child, its younger siblings, it will get our attention for them. So sometimes if our emotional body is trying to tell us something and we're ignoring it, or our mental body is telling us something, our physical body would be like, "Hey," and we're like, "Ow, what?" Poke, right? So too fun. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you guys so much. Hey, Nelia Maderos. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. As soon as you pop your question out there, we will jump to that. We got a Teshi Singh. Hello to you as well. I'll add you onto the free list here. For the sake of time, we'll jump to the next one. We have user PC3, etc. You're at 20021. Let's put you in here. You're next. Boom! There you are. Where are you? You're there. You're where you're at right now. So welcome. Just in time. You returned again just in time. So let's take a look here. A general read, a specific general read. That's funny. That's like a oxymoron, right? A specific general read. All right, let's see here. What are you wanting with whatever question you have that you want a specific answer on? What does spirit want you to know generally? All right, let's take a look here. So you have the 10 of wands, which represents like a burden kind of energy. You also have the magician card here. So that's a lot of this is about energetic focus and what is going on in your life right now. Um, it's I like this that, realize you're not out of control and that your life is not at the whim of the outside world or that you're like a baby in a baby seat being driven around in your life, that it's your energy that's actually drawing things into your life and your experience that you're having. And I like that. The magician is, I am powerful. I'm the one that creates in my life, right? And so whatever situation that you're going on, that's happening, realize it's not happening to you. It's a reflection happening for you, but it also is a reflection of whatever your energetic focus is. The 10 of wands is in kind of an energy, well, it's in a the energy of the card is about energy because it's the 10 of wands, but it's about where am I focusing my energy? It's like almost like take an inventory. There's so much energy being invested with the 10 of wands. You can see, like I said, it can feel like a burden, or on the flip side, it can also feel like a harvest. Look how much I have. And that's where this energy is. Every moment is a energetic choice, a mental energetic choice, an emotional energetic choice, a physical energetic choice, and an overall spiritual um like a desire, whatever, pulsating out energy, right? All of that adds into that. But if I'm choosing lower vibration, if I'm choosing any fears in my life, or I'm choosing any want and need energy, that's lack energy. If I feel like I want something or need something, means I feel like I don't have enough in this moment, and that's lack. So if I focus on want and need, I'm actually pushing things away and I'm actually inviting things in as well. Oh, very good. So if I focus in on I want harvest, I need harvest, we push away harvest, right? But if I focus on what harvest do I have right now or have had, what am I grateful for? Then that draws in what I am looking for. A lot of manifestation type of which the magician is about manifesting and creating things is like, oh, focus on want, need, always focus on your want all day long. And I'm like, that's what we're taught, but that's also pushes it away because at the core of want is emptiness. I feel empty. I feel lack. I want more. When we come back to sit in sincere gratitude in the moment for what I do have in my life right now, what I have had, and have gratitude towards those sincere, we can't fake energy, sincere gratitude for what I do have, then that just opens up the conduit to receive more of what we're grateful for. But if I push and drive for wanting more, then that actually ends up pushing it further away. So there is this reevaluating the energy and getting clear on what I do want. Don't focus on what I don't want or focusing on that energy, right? Yeah, it's quite complex. It tells us we have everything we need inside of us already. I don't need more. I am everything I need already. So what are these beliefs about I need more, I want more, you know, even, you know, it's like we enjoy harvest, but I am the harvest. I am everything. I don't need anything else. I have the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. They care for me. They make sure I have my sustenance. So it's more of a celebration of the moment than a drive for something in the future or reflection of lack in the past, right? It's this sitting in the moment of what we do have. So I love that energy because it is the number one in the magician and the 10 of wands is an ending and beginning energy. And I really feel like there is this energy of new beginnings, and we have a perfect new moon going on right now for all this too, which is planting new seeds and allowing them to grow, but enjoying the moment, not trying to come on, grow plants, grow. We just allow them through love of our moments and gratitude for our moment, and then more comes, right? So hopefully that helps with what you were wanting for. Hopefully that was specific enough for you. So that's what they got for you, user. So many blessings to you. All right. So Nelia, thank you so much for your dual donation. So we're gonna step away from free readings for a momentito or two, and we will do that. Let me just make sure I got everyone else here too. So I did get a Teshies. Yes, I did. So there's yours. Hey, Poppy Cave. Sorry, Poppy Cave. You'll be up here in a minute. For free readings, up next once I return will be Livier, Michelle Smith, Poppy Cave, and then Summer Moonlight, and then Ateshi. That's what I have for free readings right now. All right. You are very welcome. All right. So I think I got everything all settled there. So let's jump in here. So Nelia, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your first donation. Here's your first timestamp. We'll give you a second timestamp for the second one when we get there. So thank you for the hey you sticker and for the donation. And you want to know, where is Russ's mind right now in general regarding Leanne's dad calling him and about his late wife Lisa finding out she was seeing someone before? Anything else Spirit wants to say? All right. Wow. A lot going on. Oh, thank you so much, Delia. Good to see you too. Energy and vibe. Well, good to sense your energy. I don't see you with my physical eyes, but I do sense you. All right. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. So, cheers to you, Nelia, and everybody. All right. Yeah. We got some beautiful new moon in Scorpio energy. There's a lot going on. We're in Mercury retrograde, good internal reflection energy. Got a lot of fun stuff going on. So, where is Russ's mind right now in general? Okay. Thank you. Put those over there. And then regarding Leanne's dad calling him, how does he feel about that specifically? Right? Nope, not those. And then about his late wife, Lisa, finding out. So, about his late wife, Lisa, finding out that that she was seeing someone before. Okay. Right. Oh, he found out. Oh, he found out that his late wife, Lisa, was seeing someone before. Is that what? So finding out. Okay, I get you. So it wasn't Leanne, it was him finding out his late wife was seeing someone else before the end. Oh, I don't feel like he was surprised. It feels like it was more validation. We'll see what the cards say. I haven't seen the cards yet. That's kind of what I'm picking up. Anything else Spirit wants to say? All right. And that one. All right. I don't feel like they want the bottom of the deck for this one. So let's take a look here. So After his wife passed. Wow. Okay. It wasn't by mysterious circumstances, was it? I was kidding. I think you need to stop dating Russ. I'm just kidding. That's just a joke. I've been watching too much, what have I been watching? Um, I can't think of it. It's on Disney Plus because my host has that. It's, oh, Bones. I never watched Bones, and so I'm watching, Bones, and so they get into a lot of murder, because all about the bones, the skeletons. Anyway, so let's get into your question, though. What is Russ's mind right now in general? Yeah, what yeah, it makes sense. 5 of Cups. Got a lot of emotional, energy here. There's this kind of sorrow energy, that's kinda hitting him, and it feels like there's a lot more than all this that's been going on, because it feels like this time of year, around the holidays and all that kind of energy, I feel like there's this they're missing someone. I don't know if a parent has passed or someone close to them. Not I don't feel like it's, his former wife or whatever. Um, I feel like it feels like it's family that he's missing. It just feels like that because he kind of feels hermity, feels like he wants to pull back into his shell. So there is that energy that's coming in here. And the devil card. They are very much in their head, kind of going into this overthinking mode. But they do have their little cages being rattled, long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, and definitely a lot of thinking. Capricorn energy, one of the big thinkers, Virgo, and all the air signs too. Just as side knowledge. But I do feel like they're a bit one feeling this desire to pull back to self-reflect and question and get things cleared out. So, I do feel like that there's a lot going on in there. Um, Leanne's dad calling him, let's see, we have the Ace of Pentacles. That doesn't seem like a bad thing. That seems like a growth thing, death and rebirth energy. This is about seeing a sense of their worth and relationship to the outside world in a different way. And they have the 3 of Swords, but this feels doesn't feel like it almost feels like there's this it helped, like, put an end. It's like a phoenix heart. It's like this phone call allowed them to set some old heartache on fire and burn it down, and then something rose from the ashes. Because it does feel like they have a new sense of their worth in relationship to the outside world after this, conversation with Leanne's dad calling him. And I don't know if it is like resolving old conflict, validation of things, or it's I stood up for me and I didn't allow things to impact me like I normally would. It just feels like it was a big growth things, right? To call, oh, it's not a good place. Well, I feel like this is a good thing of him going, that's not my place. I feel like there's this, um, it's like you have to choose. Well, am I going to, yeah, like he's not responding. See, that's that would be it, right? There's this energy of I needed to either stand up and not do something or fall into the, same old of I'm at the beck and call of everyone else. I sacrifice myself for everyone else, but I feel like he's like, no, I get to choose. And I like that energy, and that's why that feels like afterwards, I feel like he's choosing himself, and it's putting an end, and it's allowing him to release things because he's realizing, no, I'm either like it's like almost like there's this cord that's there. I'm either going to have to maintain that cord or I'm going to cut it now. and it's like there's a final chord being cut, like a finer release energy, if that makes sense. Interesting. And then, his late wife, Lisa, finding out she was seeing someone. Okay, yeah, and so when he found out about that, how's that? 8 of Wands, and here's all the messages coming in. I feel like this is that energy of not being surprised. I feel like they saw signs and they knew stuff all before, and I feel like they're not surprised. I feel like it validates them with this 8 of Wands because that's a lot of information coming their way. Let's see what's below the surface here. Innocence of Swords, so that's clarity that came in. They're like, "Okay, I always wondered, and now I know." The High Priestess. Yeah, this is part of them, that hermit energy of they still wanna reflect on it, they still wanna step away and process it, kind of energy. And the Movement of Swords. Again, seeking more clarity, but I feel like this is more seeing things from a higher perspective, and, um, there's just a lot of this. Yeah, and this makes sense with the Mercury retrograde, which was it last Monday? I think it was last Monday we went into it, but this retrograde energy is old stuff coming back for review. So this is right in that energy, and I feel like that's where they're at is up, trying to see things from a different perspective and clarity, and going, "Oh yeah." I just feel like there's a lot of processing of things. It's like when you update like 5 things on your computer and all of them are running and it just brings all your CPU usage to because there's so much stuff running. It's like, wow, it's everything's running slower. But there's a lot of processing going on here, I feel. Yeah, the magician. I like this. Whatever they focus on is what grows and expands. So as we were talking I think we are just talking about as you were coming in too was you know, we can't do their work for them, process things for them, give them extra CPU usage or whatever, but we can give them energy. We can send them love energy to their higher self, allow them to use that love energy. So when your heart aches for what they're going through, you can send love to them, to surround them, to help them with what they're going through. Excuse me, not putting intention behind it, but just giving love energy to the higher self, going, whatever you want to use that for your human character, here you go. And they will use that energy for that. Um, so hopefully that, I think that's all they want for this particular one here. It says his ex girlfriend's dad called Russ saying she's not in a good place. Calling him back. He's not. Oh, okay. He's not showing. That was what you already had there. I thought that was new stuff. See, short term. Zip, zip, zip. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one too, and then we'll see what your second one here is a boot. Let me just put all those cards back in there. There we go. Let's see what else we got going on here. So what else about Russ? Anything else? Here we go. Yeah, empowerment. Look, that's really what's going on, right? Empower yourself with positive beliefs. So that definitely feels like you know, a big piece of all this that's happening is it's showing them that I get to choose the story. I get to choose this. I knew it. This is validating thoughts I had. This is me choosing myself and doing all that too. um, will this affect your relationship? I don't think it'll negatively affect your relationship because I feel like it just more like it says it's empowering. So unless you feel them becoming more empowered will impact your relationship. If you're like, "Well, I want a codependent," I know this isn't you, that's why it's funny. "I want a codependent relationship with them," well, like, with them getting stronger, no. It's like, would we fear they won't need me? They don't need you now. You don't need them now. It's just it's wonderful sharing someone's life. So you'll still be able to share your life with each other. I don't feel like there's anything that's even on the bottom of the deck was the star card, which is hope energy. And I just feel like it's a wonderful, um, if you give them the space, give them the support, to no expectations. Yeah, I know you do. Just allow them, whatever they need. It's like I know you're processing all this. If you want to, reflect on anything, I'm here for you. I love you. Um, you're a powerful person. You're an adult, I know, but if you wanna talk or you want anything, I'm here, you know? I feel like that's the big thing, right? Yeah, yeah. It's just no expectations for them to be anything or act a certain way or whatever. It's just like, "You just be you, boo. I love you." Alright. So that's for number 1. Let's grab here. Let me move this over. Alright, and then for number 2, you got 2, 21, 31. It's a nice little number combo. Too funny. All right, and then let's take a look here. Thank you for your cool, your cool uh, little sticker there. So, will Jennifer take the Pandora job or the Great West life job? A general on her career choice, or will it take her? Whatever else Spirit wants to say. All right, let's take a look here. We'll do it based on current energies. Where is she leaning? Is she going to open Pandora's box or the Great Wall, the Great West life job? Sounds like more of an adventure. The Great Wall of China or Pandora's box. All right, so let's see here. Where is she leaning based on current energy? We'll take a card here for Pandora and a card here for the Great West life here. We'll start there. So we do have, it looks like Pandora is more where their heart wants to go with the Ace of Cups. The Great West life job, we've got, yeah, there's the movement of swords and the Five of Pentacles, which Five of Pentacles are these beliefs around lack and not being enough and having enough. That movement of swords is a change of mindset. So there's no right or wrong choice, of course, with these. Feel like Pandora is more of like, "Ah, I would love to do that," and then, but the Great West life job feels like it's like they learn about lack and not feeling like they're enough or being enough with that. Um, and I feel like they fear that they'll fail at the West life job. They feel like Pandora, they don't have a lot of fears around Pandora, and I feel like their heart is in it, and their heart really isn't in West life, and their brain is like, I'm afraid I won't do well at this West life. So I feel like this is where they're, oh, the jewelry store. Oh, that's why. Cha-ching. Oh, that's funny that there's a jewel on this other card here. Clink. It's not cracked up. It's not, was it? What's the saying? But something's not cracked up to what it used to be. Oh, yeah, what it could be. So I feel like they're leaning more towards Pandora in here. A general on her career choice. All right, let's take a look here just on her career choice overall. I feel like this is under the surface here. They don't want that one though, just that one. And where will her career choice take her? All right. And whatever our spirit has to say, let's take a look here. And that one too. Yeah, she is very conflicted here with the Five of Swords, which is the battle between the head and the heart, which makes sense overall with the energy around career. Because again, her heart wants to go one way, and the mind's like, well, you really should go do this, but then it's also like, but there's a chance that you'll fail at that too. It's kind of feels almost like Westlife is a stretch kind of job where there's gonna be growth and, "Ugh, who wants to do that?" The inner child's like, "Look at the bright, shiny things." And the mind's all, "But blah, 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 blah," right? So I feel like there is that going on underneath the surface all here. A general on her career choice, yeah, she's seeking stability with the 4 of Pentacles here, but underneath that, yeah, the patience, the temperance, the balance of someday, 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 I will get that to that other place. But that's what I feel like they're diverting for. There's an opportunity to grow and to do this other job, the Westlife job. And I feel like they're wanting to opt to something they feel safe and secure in rather than something that there's a chance I could fail at. I feel like they're like, "Yeah, no brainer at Pandora, but big brain needed in Great West Life." And I feel like there's some beliefs that are there. Let's see, with her choosing to delay, because that temperance card is about patience and waiting and, "Oh, I'll eventually, I'm gonna do this now. I'll do that later." It's always the fear will throw off to a future time. Um, where will it take her? Yeah. Eventually, with the 5 of Wands, here again is that conflict energy. It will take her to the Page of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity. Eventually, and this is eventually the fear of failure will get outweighed by the boredom and the ugly feeling of not being true to ourselves. That's what happens when we choose safe, we become stagnant after a while and we can't stand it anymore. And then that I can't stand it any more energy outweighs our fears. And that's when we take action. So eventually she will take action um, because she'll get bored and want challenge anyway. Um, so she will have this new opportunity. Let's see what else Spirit wants to say here, too. Yeah. It's about getting past her fear, the 7 of Swords, this fear of, well, there's these fears of not being smart enough, not being good enough, this fear of failing that's like cheated her out of opportunities in her life. And it has something to do with what was said to her when she was younger. It feels like there was parent and teacher, a specific teacher, I feel, but I feel like there was a parent that would say stuff, not realizing how stinging it was. They thought they were just being helpful and honest, and a teacher who was known for being an ass. um, I have to say it. There's not another word that fits it more appropriately, but they were just, at that time in their life anyway, that they felt, this is, I have to show my power over people and I'm going to show everyone. And, um, you know, they made sure someone knew about test results or, embarrassed them in front of, it was like a particular class and they would bring it up, and I feel like it even had to do with like science or math teacher. I'm being reminded of a science teacher in my life that was, thought I can still remember his name. I'm not going to say it on YouTube. He's probably dead by now because I mean, he was probably in his 30s or 40s when I was like 8, so it's 50 years. Yeah, he's probably dead by now anyway. May he rest in peace. um, I feel like it was science or math kind of energy, and that's why she doubts her intelligence. Um, anyway, and then we've got the Spirit of Wands with the Ace of Pentacles too. So the Spirit of Wands, the King of Wands, is like an energy of me choosing, like what I want to do, getting out of my head, getting out of all the expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be, and find out what it is I really want. And I feel like she eventually readjusts her life because she decides this is what I want. Then she puts a plan together and then takes action toward it. So I feel like, just to summarize, she chooses Pandora for now, thinking, well, that stuff I can't do. But then she gets bored with Pandora. But then she's also hits this awareness that this is what I want to do. Like, let's say, I'm just going to throw it out there, like nursing school. Like, I want to become a nurse and I'm going to go to nursing school and I'm going to do this, and then takes action and creates a new opportunity, because that Ace of Pentacles feels like a new, in addition to seeing their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. Um, she's also choosing a different path altogether, like a whole new one, because it's something that she secretly has always wanted to do, but was afraid to even say out loud because she's afraid people would laugh at him and go, "You can never do that. You're stupid," because that's what she heard growing up. But I feel like there's this change. Interesting. Yeah. Look, we got creativity. Tap into your creative potential. So I like that, this ability. It's kind of Empress energy to step into her power and create the life that she's wanting. So I like that. And that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. And then you did have, I think you had a free reading here too. Let me just make sure here. I thought I saw. Could have swore. I could have swore. I could have swore. Let me look up here again. Yep, there it is. I see it now. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to push. Stop that. Stop. Okay. Don't want to hit a wrong control button. You start stuff up that you don't want to start up. All right. So we'll circle back eventually for your free reading there too. All right. So thank you again. And I do have one more donation that came in. So Ankita Moore, hello, hello. Good to see you. Let's add you onto the list here. So Ankita, let's grab your timestamp. Let's grab your correct timestamp. There we go. So thank you so much for your donation. So you want to ask, on behalf of your friend, Yoti, what will happen after the fight yesterday with Abhishek Gupta? Okay. Is it over? It should be over for good. And will Yoti get her 30 KRS back from this person? All right, let's take a look. Let's take a sip here. Cheers to you. Let's see what we got here. All right. So we'll step into Yoti's energy. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing their name here. So what's going to happen here based on current energies after the fight that we had yesterday? And then is it over? Like over. And then will they get the 30 KRS back from this person? All right. And what's underneath the surface with that? All right. All right. So what's going to happen here? We've got here. Yeah. Well, we do have the Page of Cups and the Nine of Pentacles that was coming in here. Uh-oh. Was it between her and that guy? Okay. So, I mean, the Nine of Pentacles is a hermit energy. It's, being alone in the physical world. So I feel like that is an ending energy. The Innocence of Cups feels like it's like I'm happy to be alone energy that comes in here. Yeah. And we've got the Lover's card and the Nine of Swords, which it has to do with expectations and fears around relationships. It doesn't have to be romantic if it was or not. But it's just about the fears around the relationship is what's below the surface here. And, you know, so again, nine energy with the Nine of Swords, the Nine of Pentacles is about aloneness. It's about an internal pulling in that comes in here. So it does feel like an ending energy that's here. Let's see the two cards that we pulled specifically for is it over for good, right? Um and what we have here, we have the movement of pentacles and the movement of cups. So there is this both movement energies here of heart, but slowest moving knight out of them all coming in here too. And I feel like physically, it's interesting because I feel like physically it's over, but emotionally, I feel like it'll carry on for a little while. It'll take time for the heart to come to terms with it, but I feel like the outside world, it moves more quickly, which is interesting, which would not be the energy I normally would get from that. But it's funny that because I'm applying the Knight of Pentacles to the heart, that it's slow moving with the heart. But the physical world, I do feel moves fast. Um, will they get their 30K back from the person? Let's take a look here. We have the Seven of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. So 10 of Pentacles is a yes, because that's an abundance of coin energy. And the Seven of Cups is some emotional confusion. I feel like they do get it back. Let's see what the underlying energy is. And if I don't get like a timing on here, I'll pull a timing card too, just to kind of give them an idea. But it feels like there's a lot of emotional confusion and a lot of, I don't know if there's a lot of people involved. It just, these cups feel like a lot of, like these represent people. And there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of different people involved. It just seems like people get involved and it creates more confusion around things, at least in the beginning, of here. Yeah. Even of abusive people. Yeah. Yeah, we have the Heart of Swords and the Five of Swords. There's a little bit of conflict, but then the Heart of Swords is a balancer. I mean, look at a the shark seems, let me see here. The shark seems so big and bad until, whoops, until you put this giant this giant leopard or Black Panther that's like, no, there's a balancer. Um, so it feels like there's a strong energy that comes in that helps balance out the conflict, that helps balance out the confusion. Yeah. And then we have the Five of Pentacles, which is this fear of lack and fear of not getting it back. I would encourage here, and I'll pull a card here on timing. Obviously, I knew I was going to grab one already since I mentioned it. But what helps is if I focus on the fear, I'm not going to get it back. It pushes it further away, right? When I have this feeling of lack and this belief of want and need and all that, then it gets pushed further away. So if you can, you know, um, mention to them to, I know it's hard in a situation when you're like, I'm afraid I'm not going to get that back, to trust. You can't trust humans, but you can trust creator, that, or whatever they believe their higher power to be, that I can, have gratitude for what I do have and what I have had in my life. And I trust that you're going to bring me, this, what I deserve back to me in the perfect time, in the perfect way. So I like that. Yeah. Yeah. And not go back to the abusive. Maybe that's why there's the stronger person that goes in to balance it out and get the money back. That it's not them that goes, it's this big person that makes this scary shark look small in comparison. It's like, the collector has arrived to get the money back. But I don't feel like she does. That's why I feel like that Black Panther is someone who is stronger, that looks so much bigger that it makes him look like a small fish in a big pond. Um, and that they're able to get that back. Let's look at timing, maybe how and when. When does this how and when? Based on current energy, of course. All right, thank you. All right, I'll put that back here. Yeah, we've got February 2nd to February 20th of next year, which really isn't that far away. That's like November, December, oh, it's 3 months away. It just seems like we're almost at the end of the year. But it's the 2nd through the 20th, and based on current energy, it feels like it is pushed away. But the 6 of Swords is about change of mindset, letting go of old ways of thinking, looking at things from a higher place of thinking. So it might be that she might have to go through some channels to get the money back. Um, yeah, it does feel like here that there is these choices, and that makes sense here too with the fears around relationship. Because if there's an abusive relationship, it's like, yeah, let's not go back there. Let's choose joy that it's that makes sense. Joy that it's over. Um, but I definitely feel like it's important to change the mindset. Um, and that's a good thing of like letting go of I don't need that back, like the need, the want. I'm full of gratitude here. But I can still, in gratitude, I can still take steps, not out of not want, need, and fear, but I can still go through steps of I need this money, or this is money, right? I need this money back, and if you don't, then we'll have to go through other channels, right? But it definitely feels that way, and it does feel the bottom of the deck had the 10 of cups, which is joy, choosing joy. And I know it's hard when we've been through crap in our life, but the more we can focus on the joy and what we do have and what we can be grateful for of what has happened in our life and what I do have, the more I draw in those things. So, if you're connected with them and you're able to share it with them, that can help change their life. You can't make them do it, but you can at least share it with it, right? Yeah. And that's a good energy of, especially if it's abuse, then we kind of need to take action in those things so that people can make their own, you know, choices for themselves. But we have it here. Yeah. Your fortune cookies compassion. Show compassion towards yourself and others, It is like, yeah, when, when people are abusive, it's because they were abused, hurting people hurt people. Um, and it's a cry out for love, but it doesn't mean we have to give it to them, especially if it's physically abusive, but emotionally abusive, mentally abusive, still impactful. Um, but there's other people, right? It's for the reading, and it's really it can be for all of us. Have compassion on ourselves and others. So I feel like it is, for us to have compassion. What because in any situation, in fact, you just mentioning this is probably triggering people who are listening that have had abuse or anything, and it's all for us. Whatever we experience, whether overhearing someone else's reading a rogue video, seeing someone else in public going through stuff, it's all mirroring. Nothing happens by accident in our lives. We don't just accidentally happen upon something. We always it's for us to be freed from anything that was limiting and anything before in our past. So it's all freeing for us, regardless. So It's a wonderful message for this day and age that when people are acting stupid, it's because they're in fear and it's a cry for love. It's not intentions against us, it's all reaction and freaking out instead. Oh, yeah, see, isn't that great? But that facing that I wasn't chosen to go out, and you're like, "Oh, but there's always a reason. It's for me and for others." So I love that. Yeah, we never know. Oh, this is why. Sometimes we won't know why something happened until we're back fully connected to our higher selves. And we're like, "Oh, that's why that happened." Oh, thank you, Ankita. Yes, you've been here for a long time. I really appreciate um, that you've been with me along our journey here, probably almost from the very beginning, right? I know there's a lot of names of a lot of people that I'm like, I've been doing this for, let's see, 2021? Let me think. Yeah, yeah. So this has been 4 years I've been doing these lives. I can't believe it's been that long. Swoosh. Oh, isn't that perfect? I just love synchronicities, you know? You're just like, wow, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So thank you for being the hands of spirit to help someone through a difficult situation. And I love that for you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I know, right? More years to go. I love it. So hang in there, my friend, and many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. So grateful. All right, so let's jump back into, let's see. I don't think anyone else has come back in, and Jojo hasn't come back. All right. So what I'll do is I'll finish up the free readings. And then if Jojo, if you have not returned, then I will get you your secondary reading and we'll see what Spirit has here for you. All right. So let's jump back in. So we have Olivier Vagara. Let's grab your timestamp here. And you're wondering what's up for the coming week. All right, let's take a look here. What do they want you to know about this upcoming week? I did want that one. What else? All right. Some emotional choice energy. The lover's card I don't feel is romance. Um, so it's really focusing on this emotional choice. And the Five of Pentacles um, has to do with these beliefs and lack of not being enough, not having enough. But there's also the Lover's card doesn't have to be romantic relationships, but it does put a spotlight on relationships and this feelings of lack of not being enough, not having enough. And it just feels like it's an important energy just to be aware of that's unfolding here. And it's interesting because this ad just popped up, and apologize for having ads on my readings here, because I know they drive me crazy sometimes. They shouldn't come up too often for you guys. But the one that popped up is someone balancing between these laser beams, and it was a perfect thing because I'm just like, oh, I just drew my eyes right to it, which is trying to be what you think everyone else wants you to be, and you don't want to fail like mom and child and this person and that person and that person and it's like we start to be like we're balancing trying to fit in between all these lasers because we don't want the alarms to go off and for people to go, aha, you have failed, your burglary attempt. But there's like this, oh, okay, the awareness this week of that, everyone makes their own emotional choices with this Lover's card. It's one of the choices we make, right? Every moment, story choice, and emotional choice, energetic and physical choice, right? And so we do have this, kind of. awareness that comes in with this of I can't choose for other people, and I can never, I can never be a broken diamond. I am priceless, and people's emotional choices in the outside world doesn't change my value. I'm unconditionally, eternally priceless, no matter what happens in the outside world or not. And I feel like that's the energy that's coming in here for you next week is just some awareness of going, some you can give someone the entire planet and they could still choose to be upset and disappointed. And so it's like coming back to your own, your own self is the important energy, right? So hopefully that helps for next week. It's empowering for sure. So many blessings to you. All right. Thank you, Ankita, for your additional donation. As soon as I see your question, we'll jump down there. But for the sake of time, I'm going to go on to the next free reading, which is Michelle Smith. So thank you, Michelle. Here is your timestamp. And if you haven't seen I've been responding to some of your comments. Um, you had purchased a hedge of peace and love. And so, but I haven't heard from you with the email because I sent you out the energy with the hedge anyway without getting a response yet. But if you send me an email at brettazen@gmail.com, then I'll go through the entire process. It's a 2-week energetic process. So if you'll email me, we'll get that in a more oomphed hedge for you as well. All right. So peace to you. Thank you again for all of that. And your general reading. Let's take a look here and see what Spirit has here for you. All right. You got boom, boom, boom. So you got 2 sets of 2. You have the 3 of Wands, which is about with the 6 of Swords. So with this, it's about leaving some old ways of thinking behind and seeing something from a higher perspective. You actually end up changing directions on a plan you were heading on going somewhere. So we'll see what this other 2 cards are. This might tell us more of the what part of your life this is in relation to, but it is whatever plan you had with a person, place, situation, thing, or whatever that you're altering course. Let's see what this is about. All right. It's like this dream come true energy, and you've got the Knight of Cups. So this is either has to do with your overall dream come true with the star card and that you're, changing course to follow something that's more in alignment with your heart. And it can also be, or instead be, because this can be romance and looking for love, that you are getting more clarity around what your dream come true is around love as well. So it can be both, actually, but I do feel like there is this clarity that's coming in right now that is helping you kind of get out of the opinion that you had growing up and seeing things from a higher perspective that's allowing you to look at what you're wanting from your heart instead of from the head of the opinion of the past. And it's giving you this clarity around what you want in love and how you want to express that love to the world in your own special, unique way, which could be a change of career or a change of expression. Like, what is it that you want um, what is it that you want your, like, legacy is the word I was looking for, legacy to be? What do I want to leave, right? So hopefully that helps there for you, Michelle. So thank you again. If you need that email address is down in the description box of the video too, if you need to refer back to it. All right. So thank you. All right. And Kita Moore, let me grab this up here. So for your second donation, we got 254.41 is your timestamp here. There we are. And the little crying emoji. What's this about? What kind of person is Abhishek? Um, for Yoti, also, how it's going to affect Yoti by letting him go forever. Will she finally be doing great in life? All right, let's take a look here. Oh, okay. Excellent. And then I also have a free podcast, The Easier Path, which is in the description box of the video. That helps. Like there's a lot about relationships in the first 2, 3 episodes, and there's a lot of great foundational things too, which is free if she wants to check them out. All right, so let's take a look here. What kind of person are they for? Are for they? And this was the abusive person, right? Yeah. All right. So let's take a look here. Excuse me. Okay. Thank you. And how's it going to affect you by letting them go? Forever and ever. Let's see. Got that. Okay, thank you. And we have that one. What else? And we went to this one, and this one here. All right. Underlying energy, we do have the Ace of Swords, which an Ace of Swords is a gift. It's like being able to see things from a different perspective, right? It brings us clarity in life. It allows us to see things not from this human. This is underneath the Ace of Swords on the bottom, the Nine of Swords, which represents all our small t truths rooted in fear, right? We've got all these beliefs around, you know, that this is what love is supposed to be, should be, needs to be, have to be, must be. That's who they're supposed to be, how the relationship is supposed to be, who I'm supposed to be. And I feel like for Yoti that a big piece of the fears comes in about who I'm supposed to be. Feel like there's been a lot of restriction growing up, a lot of strong demands on who you're supposed to be, and nothing was ever good enough, right? And so there's that energy where this comes in of drawing in energy that matches that which we grew up with, of finding someone. We tend to draw on that energy of what we fear. Like, I fear I'm not going to be good enough. I'm going to draw in a mirror that shows me I'm not good enough, because that's what my energy is saying I want. It's like with me growing up, I feared that I was going to get in relationships where they cheated on me because my mom experienced that, and I had that a lot. I picked up all her energies, even in the womb, because actually it was between my older brother and me that she got cheated on. And so I was in the womb feeling all of her emotions still bubbling within her, the fear, the fear, the fear. I ended up drawing in my first 3 relationships. Lovely, energies of that, kind of energy, till I learned and I saw things from that higher perspective. That's Ace of Swords. So this, when you're looking at, yeah, the human character, villain, right? But really they're a mirror showing us what we wanted to see about ourselves to set us free. Because if I ended up with someone who dream come true, I would never deal with these limiting thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are below the surface. But as long as those are bubbling down below the surface, they are impacting us. And here comes this expression of my fears to set me free. So, in a way, the mirror that they are was for us, even though abusive, right? It still is, how am I abusing myself? That negative self talk that, you know, is in there is the true abuser, right? We abuse ourselves so harshly, and it's those fears. And so when we realize, when I change my story, when I change my emotions, I change my energy and my actions, my world changes. Otherwise, I'll just draw on another Abhishek Jr. in some way, somehow, whether it's an abusive boss or, it's verbally abusive or rah, rah, rah. I'm going to draw in things that match my energy until I change that. And that's on me to be able to change. No one can change that. I'm the powerful one in my life, no one else, right? Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah. So, this is the energy when we asked what kind of person they are. That was just the bottom of the deck. the Asking the question, we got the 7 of swords showing us our own, thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets that cheat us out of things, the betrayer, the cheater, the 5 of the major arcana, which is the Hierophant, the teacher showing us what we want to see about ourselves until we see it. So, exactly as we were saying, they're the one to nudge us to be able to see things differently in our life and see something from a different perspective. Not that they need to stay in our life now. Just saying, it's I've learned what I need to learn. At least I have the information I need. I don't need to go back into the class. I already have all the books. Now I can study the books and the experience without having to re-experience it over and over again. But I can take this step back and what did I learn about myself through this? Not about what they did to me, but more why did I want this to happen for me? How is it going to set me free? What gift is in this for me? Right. And then how is this going to impact going forward here? Yeah. Heart of Swords. I love this. Here's that strength, right? Here's that card that came up before, realizing your true strength, this balance between head and heart, that I get to become strong here. And the movement of wands. This is the quest for the Ace of Wands. This is part of the quest of stepping into the power. These two cards came out together. So it's part of the quest of understanding my power over my life and that I get to bring in a balance between my head and my heart with this coming in here. How else does this impact the life? Really, I love it. 10 of Pentacles, again, abundance coming in, power of choice energy. How much of an abundance? Totally up to each of us, right? So it's up to Yoti, it's up to you, it's up to everybody that we get to choose how big of abundance it's going to be by what I'm focusing on. If I choose a story of victimhood, I get more of that. If I choose a story of focusing on gratitude for what I do have and have had, those things I'm truly grateful for, I get more of that, right? Emotionally, what I choose, I get more of. Physically, I get more of. Energetically, I draw to me whatever I'm focusing in on. So I love that. Underneath all of that, we've got the universe. Yeah, victory, an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, free from all that um, old cycles. It also leads to these last 4 cards. Yeah, the Two of Wands tells us again, whatever I focus on each moment is what I draw to me. So again, stepping into the power. The High Priestess is stepping away. And in stepping away, there is this clarity that comes in, getting in tune with spirit, looking behind the veil, finding out what's really going on, looking below the surface into the emotions. So, if there's some sort of opportunity to do any kind of counseling or any kind of intentional transformation of lower vibrational emotions from the past, very transformational if you choose that route. Yeah, the Eight of Swords is leaving behind the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless. Questioning those thoughts. That's the progression from the 7 of Swords that started out. It's like they're the ones that bring it to your face. They're the ones that, we have raccoons in our area, that go through your trash, bring your trash out, let you make the noise in the middle of the night so that they let you know, hey, you have trash in your trash can. Thank you. And then the eights, you have this 8 energy, 8 of Wands, 8 of Swords, which is about a flow of energy and a release energy, and things just flow in their life, with the choice of not going back to that. So I like that. See, you said here she's always things like that. Being grown up in Canada household, yeah. Yeah, yeah, and that you only know what you grow up with, right? I mean, you think it's normal for people to act and behave that way, and you realize, nope, you don't treat people that way. So you don't have to allow people to treat you that way. Well, you treat yourself that way on the inside, but you don't treat people that way on the outside. Says that he's toxic. Well, there's no toxic people. There's just toxic beliefs around people, right? They are just a a mirror showing us what we want to how so if I see toxic out there, they're a mirror. That means I have toxic inside of me, which is my thoughts, right? My thoughts are toxic. My beliefs are toxic about me and about others. And when I clarify this and I clarify this, then my world changes because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So as I change, then my outside world changes. Doesn't mean that my interactions with this person would change. Um, but I feel like the cards are saying that the time with them is over. They've served their purpose of that mirror. So now's the time of stepping away, that high priestess, to reflect and to transform. Because if I don't, as I did, you just keep ending up with the same person in someone else's body. No, the human character, you know when we put a they're toxic, no, they're in fear, they're in pain, and when we're around people who are in pain, they one of the ways people in pain express themselves is through, um it's like a bully. People who are bullied bully others. So, um, it's about realizing going, "They're toxic," it's realizing, "Oh, I drew them into my life because of what how abusive and how I beat myself up mentally, emotionally, maybe even physically." But, um, it's not about good or bad, it's just the outside world just is, but what we do with what we experience is what matters. The story we put to things. If someone hit me, it's like, why did I want that to happen for me? How am I hitting myself? Why am I putting myself in that kind of atmosphere? Why did this happen? Not, you know, in this person, they're in pain. Emotionally mature, loved people don't do that. They don't say things, you know, we don't say mean, uncompassionate, stupid things when we're in a place of love. When we're in a place of fear, all of us do stupid stuff. Um, we either fight or flight, right? People who fight become abusive. People who flee are people who withdraw when they're in fear. And so that's just one way, that it happens. To, how well, we can't stop people from reacting because they're reacting perfectly and how they're feeling on the inside, right? Um, so it's about, we can't change people. We can't change their choices, but we get to decide what we're going to do, right? So no, we can't help anyone heal their traumas. We can try to push people to try to be who we want them to be, but we can't. All we can do is love people. It's a great book I'm reading by Mel Robbins called Let Them. the let them theory, but there's also the let me part of it. And that this might clarify it a little bit too, because we let people be who they are because we can't change it anyway, right? People will only change when they want to change. You could force somebody to go to therapy, but that doesn't mean they're going to change. You could force people into jail to keep people safe. That's why they have jails, because if there's people who physically hurt other people, and sometimes other laws, but a lot of it's physical harm, they put them away because they can't help themselves and they can't change them overnight. Sometimes they try to give them therapy in prison. They try to do things to help people and do all that, right? But the whole piece of the let the world be who the world is, because you can't change them anyway. But let me is, what am I going to do? It doesn't mean I have to be around someone who's doing all that stuff. I get to choose who's in my life or not, right? And unless I'm imprisoned and chained physically, I may not be able to get away from him if I'm like confined physically where I can't escape, but mentally and emotionally, I still don't have to let him in. I get to choose. There's people that were in concentration camps during the Holocaust that did not allow them, even though they were abused in physical ways, they did not let them destroy their spirit, and they ended up living because they chose not to allow that stuff. That's our power that we all have, right? So, um, yeah, because people are not going to, if someone comes up to you and tells you what they think is wrong with you and you need to change, how does that make you feel? Push, or if they're pushing, then you're going to resist. If they're pulling, you're going to resist. And that's human. We do not want to be told what to do. But all we can do is influence people through our love and our actions and our lives, and sending them love and surrounding them, letting them, their higher self, do whatever they want to do with that. But we have no idea what experience all these people wanted to experience in this life. We're all mad scientists in our little mad scientist, you know, laboratories doing our own mad scientist experiments. We have no idea what everyone else wanted to experience when we came here, right? So um, it's about doing the most we can for our stories, our emotions, our energy, and our actions. And, you know, and even with Yoti, I mean, Yoti, if you don't want to change, you don't have to, and you can go back into, we can't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. And that's the whole thing, is out of love, we care about people and we might try to drag them away. But if that's not what they want, they'll find a way back. Right. You also once fell for the same person trap when he cried and said, sorry, could to say that you'll never do it again. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, and the whole thing is the should and the expectations. There's no supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. Until we're ready to change, we won't. Until the ugly feeling of being in this situation, until it outweighs the fears, we don't make change. Um, and that's just how humanity works. We tend to pull through towards things that bring us pleasure and bring us joy and what pleases us. But there are times where we choose the devil we do know, and the whatever pain we're in, because we're afraid of the pain that exists in the unknown more, till the pain of being in the situation outweighs the fear of the unknown, then we don't make a leap for it. So who are we to tell someone what experience they're supposed to have in our life? We just know, I wouldn't want to feel that. Well, we don't know until we walked in someone's shoes what we would choose, Like you said, you were in a similar situation and you were like, I'm done. And that's good. That's, for your adventure, but we can't choose for anyone else. We can do what we can for someone out of love, but you can't change someone. And that's the whole thing, is letting go of that need for us. I'm supposed to change other people, get them out of situations. We can help people, we can offer help, but if people don't want it, um, there's nothing you can do about it. Like you said, it's like, someone who's addicted to cocaine or alcohol, whatever. You can say, "Come get away from all that," but if they don't deal with what's below the surface, they'll just keep going back to it in one way or another. Maybe not to that bar, maybe another bar or that liquor store or that, whatever we're, trying to do. So the fortune cookie is forgiveness. Sorry, I do need to move on. Forgive yourself and others to free your heart. Forgiveness doesn't mean forget and go back, but it's releasing the wrath of everyone is what frees us, because forgiveness is for us. It's us choosing to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. It's pouring out all that and allowing us to become a vessel of love, starting with ourselves first, right? Right. I know we can go on deep into this one for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it was different, right? Different kind of manipulation too. Hey, Deb Deb. Yeah, the new moon, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Ankita. We get to choose if someone wants to remain in a situation that we don't want to be around, then we make that choice, and that's what we can do. It's a hard one because we're taught differently growing up, right? Um, that um, it's supposed to be a certain way and not supposed to be a certain way, and but when we realize, our life is our choice, we get to do it, right? I love it. Yeah, thanks for sharing, Deb Deb. All right. So I did have another donation come in here, and I'm so sorry. We do still have a few free readings: Poppy Cave, Summer or Moonlight, Ateshi, and Nelia. I will get to those here. I will complete them. I just had we have Maria P, and then if Johanna jumps on, I will give her specific question, and if not, I'll give her another general, see what spirit has for them. But I will complete out the other four here too, just a matter of time. All right. So Maria P, let's grab your second timestamp here. So thank you for your additional donation via the PayPal. So let's jump over here. So what's coming for you guys in December? I know we're what 11 days away. Wait, no, there's only 30 days in November, right? Yeah, because there's 31 in October. So we've only got 10 days left in November. I can't believe it. It's flying by. All right, so let's see here. For December, what do we have here for you? Sorry, let me click out of this thing over here. All right. And then any other ladies you need to worry about? So funny. If you worry about them and have fear around them, you get to attract them into his life. So I would recommend not fearing and focusing on gratitude. Just saying. um, what do Wally's friends that he told recommend him to do? Okay, let's take a look here. So we got, yeah, there's three, right? There was three friends. There's three cards. Lately, he said, he told me what to do. Lately, he said that I've been more emotional. Oh, he told you that you've been more emotional? All right, let's take a look here. And this coworker David looks at me a lot, question mark. Tell you what. All right. So, what's coming for December for you guys here? Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of clarity coming in around old thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets. The Tower card is a sudden removal of this Devil card energy, which the Devil card is questioning a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel limited and feel caged. So there's this release, this, you know, expectations get blown out of the water, which is good because that's what frees us. Because again, when I focus on my fears and my expectations, the supposed to be's, the should be's, the need to be's, the have to be's, it sucks the life out of things, right? And so I feel like December, there is this getting out of the head and getting into the heart kind of energy. Any other ladies you need to worry about? Nope, you got the Two of Pentacles and the Mother Moon card here. It's there's nobody that you don't know about already. The Moon card can be like the revealer of secrets, but it doesn't that's not the energy that's coming through because the Two of Pentacles shows there's just the two of you. Um, and it's not that the one is romantic, it's the old and the new. That's funny with the the sand glass. They have the sand that drops into the days of our lives, right? Um, but it's interesting because of this moon energy. It's what's below the surface here, right? Because this is the as the sands through the as the sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives, right? That's from the soap opera. But that all comes from our emotions, right? So I feel like it's important, as I was saying, that I don't feel like there's anything to worry about, but whenever we focus on is what we draw into our life. So if I'm fearing, if there's this great amount of fear being cheated on below the surface and you don't deal with that, that energy is drawing you into those experiences because your energy is saying, you know what, I would really like what? I would really like to experience my fear of being cheated on because that's what I went through. When you have those fears, you draw it to you. So it's like, wait a minute, let me question this, right? Let me really look at that. Because there is that you got that Two of Pentacles a lot when we looked at that other name that you used to always ask about, he who shall not be named. It was always um an option, right, with them that you weren't the only one they were thinking about. That's the fear, right? And it's like, yeah, see what you draw in? You draw in individuals that are, with that. So it's important for you to know that right now you don't have any other ladies to worry about, but if you continue to worry about it, you're going to draw it in because that's what your energy is asking the universe for, right? All right, enough of that. What do Wally's friends that he told recommend him to do? So one says, marry her, Four of Wands. Marry that girl. The other one, Three of Cups. Yeah, here's joy and celebration. Both of these are joy and celebration energy. I feel like these are the two guys. Have fun, enjoy them for who they are, you know, be happy kind of energy. I feel like one of the guys, the Three of Cups, is like, yeah, be with as many people as you want. They actually, one of his friends, which one is this? I feel like this is the gambler. The other one, the Four of Wands, the Marrier, is like the the hunter, the one that it goes on the hunting trips with. I feel like the gambler is the Three of Cups. They're all about. I feel like they're a womanizer. Like they're all, yeah, be with as many women as you want, have fun. And but the other one was like, you better marry her. And then the other one was the female at work, right? Yeah, and she's all about, um, stop trying to live up to everyone's expectations energy. She's just like, don't worry about what other people think. I like it. She's like, just Um, yeah, and why are you hiding it? Why do you care what other people think? Because I feel like she had that where someone kind of hid her, didn't like, and so that's very personal to her too. It's interesting. He said you've been emotional. Is that good or bad? No, just a lot of different emotions. Confusing. Seven of Cups. They feel like you just been feeling a lot of different emotions. What's this down here? Yep, you got the Four of Swords, which is about letting expectations go. This restful energy, the Four of Swords. That is that, we usually get that for that cocooning, and they like how, remember when it was just when we'd be together and it was just this place of bliss? I feel like you express a lot of your expectations more now. Um, and that's important to know here. Um, I don't feel like they look at it as bad or good. It's just more observation that you share a lot of your emotions now. You get upset more now than you used to. You share more how you're disappointed more than you used to. Used to be grateful for the things we used to do. Now it's not enough kind of energy, right? Yeah, the judgment card, which normally isn't about judgment, but I feel like that's what they're talking about here. They're just wanting to resurrect the way things used to be, and they have the Hermit card too, which is this, um, feeling, I don't know, what is this feeling like you've withdrawn into your shell. So I feel like it was just observation letting you know, which is good that they're willing to talk about all that things, but it doesn't feel good or bad. It just felt like information and, you know, that you just seem to share a lot more of unhappier emotions in comparison to when you used to talk about how you loved everything before. Now it feels like, um, and does feel like with that Hermit card, it feels like the walls coming in, like you're trying to cage him in to be who you want him to be instead of loving him for who he is, right? Um, this coworker David looks at you a lot. I got the Three of Swords and the Universe card here too. This seems to be this repeating cycle here. The universe is like a nudge to end old cycles, begin new adventures, and it has to do with the Three of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. Um, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot there, and maybe a more specific question around, they look at me. Yeah, they look at you. 'Cause this is like there's this, I feel like Spirit's saying there's this cycle, this repeating cycle of expectations equal disappointment, and it's almost like there's this, you're noticing people looking at you and communicating with you because you fear what will happen with your relationships, right? When you start to fear that something's going on over here with the relationship you're in, you start looking around to see what else is out there kind of energy. It's like you become aware of other people instead of going, I don't care what they think or what they want because I'm with this person. But with your awareness, that's something to look at what's below the surface there because um, that's what drives people. In fact, one of my Easier Path podcasts talks about why people cheat. So if you want to check that out, if you haven't already, but I feel like it's more so for you to understand and point you back to yourself. Why am I looking and being aware that other people are looking at me? Um, why do I care? Right? I feel like it's more of a reflective mirror for you right now than to know what do they feel and think and da 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 about me, right? Because why do you care? That's the question. Dun dun dun. All right. So your fortune cookie coming in here. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, you got manifestation. Whatever you focus on, you draw to you, right? Which says focus on what you truly desire and the universe will respond. And I would have this be an affirmation for what we had before, which is what you are drawing into your life is what you have been focusing on. So shaka 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 Zulu or whatever it is. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All righty. So let's see. And Kita grabbed your free reading here as well. And Poppy, you're still here. Yay. All right. You are up next, actually. So good. I'm glad you're still here. Maybe you're still here. So let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you for your patience in getting to your reading. So last week you went for a retail interview. Oh, and I worked retail for many years. Uh, and did some tests. So they said they will call after receiving your test results, which they haven't. So you'd like to know if you will be called for a job. All right, let's take a look here based on current energies and see what we have coming in. I worked at Dillard's in Texas, San Antonio, Texas, for 12 years. I worked in the buying office and the distribution center as well. That was when I was a young lad. And then I worked at Mervin's for a year part-time. I think that was all the retail, actually, now that I think about it. All right. So let's focus on you, Poppy. I want to get sucked into old nightmares. So you got the movement of wands and the 10 of swords. So you do have the knight of wands. You're going to get a fast response here. Any day now with this Knight of Wands. That's fastest moving knight out of them all. The 10 of Swords, even though that looks scary and dun dun dun, it's about a murder. Actually, they're not dead. They're just exhausted trying to live up to all of those expectations. What does everyone else want? So I feel like they're just be aware of the energy of, it's like we release the energy around focusing on want and need. Like, I want that job. I need that job. Um, the what if I don't get it? Or the fear of it. Instead, it's like releasing it all and focusing as much as we can our energy and gratitude for what I do have and any job that you've had in the past. So gratitude for anything that we're grateful for in our life just opens up the conduit to receive, right? So that alone opens things up. But it's also focusing on all the jobs, and especially if it's around job that I'm looking at, it's like focus on all the jobs. What did I love and we're grateful for in all the jobs I've had in the past? Not the entire job itself, because we know no job. We're like, oh my God, it was the best job ever. I loved everything about it. That's, you know, not possible, really, I think. But we think about the things that we loved about the individual things we loved about the jobs. We have gratitude for it. That is what attracts things in. It's like we're giving the creator a list of things we love. Um, yeah, right. So, and the expectations is about, it's like almost releasing it to the creator too, going, you know what? I trust you. I don't trust me or the world because I have my human side and everything. I trust you. You're gonna bring me the perfect job in the perfect time in the perfect way. And in saying all the stuff that I'm grateful for, it's like walking into a bakery, pointing out all the donuts I love, then I get a whole dozen donuts that I love. If I point at the things I hate, please don't let it be like that or that or that or that or that. Then I end up with a box of donuts I hate. So I feel like there's this letting the expectations go and trusting that energy is part of this, coming in here. Um, the environment, well, it's retail. They work you to death for as little as possible. Welcome to retail. Uh, I remember one of the store managers that we worked for before I went from a store to the, buying office. He used to be a mortician before he became a store manager in retail. Because retail is like where everyone goes who doesn't know what they wanna do with their life, right? Call centers, retail, the military, generally generally speaking. So, he did not know how to deal with living people, and we told him that, um, "You should go back and work at a mortuary. You're used to dealing with dead people, not living ones." So, uh, you know, the great thing is that you're a tree, um, but, we can dive in if you want to check, another, like another free reading and another, session, we can dive into the environment of that actual place, um, since we were talking about the job and all that, we can dive into that, either for donation or for, another free reading on another evening. Yeah. So, the free readings, we do like just one free question per session. So if you wanna ask those other ones, like I said, you can do a donation or we can ask, because 'cause I'm on 3 nights and 2 days. So if you wanna pop back in, Poppy, we can, dive into those, deeper for you too. Alright. So many blessings to you. I know we wanna know before you go into all that place, "Oh god, what is it gonna be like? And is there room for advancement?" We can ask those. Alright. So, up next here, we do have Summer, aka Moonlight. Oops, move this over here. Thank you for your donations earlier. So here is your free reading and any advice for the way forward for the upcoming days. All right, let's take a look here. Got this one. Yeah, and they do want this one too. Yep. Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords. Hey, you're still here and you're awake. I'm so proud of you. So you got two powerful energies here, Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords. I mean, Ace of Wands is about be aware of where we're investing our energy. And that's one of the greatest messages that comes from the spirit world, especially those that have passed and gone to the other side. So many times when I channel, they want us to know so much of how much of our life is it's all about possibilities. And Ace of Wands is about the world of possibilities. And my energy is what changes the kaleidoscope of what's happening in front of me. My energy is where I choose to go, right? You started cleaning the house. And so it's like that. And the Ace of Swords is about clarity. The clarity about where I'm investing my energy is really the combo of these two together. It's, you know, understanding and having clarity, how often, what I'm focusing on, why I'm focusing on what it is. So it's really you know, the advice for the way forward is just awareness around my energy. What am I focusing on right now? That's what I'm drawing in. And is that what I want to draw in? Right. There's a great question of what am I living for and why? And it's a good energy. It's like, where am I investing my energy? Where am I drawing the focus toward me? And it's such a powerful thing because every moment we're making a choice, right? And so being aware of that, right? Yeah, stop burning your energy, invest it instead. Yeah, trying to achieve, trying to go instead of focusing on gratitude for what is, because we burn energy by trying, period. We burn energy by rehashing. Um, and we invest energy by focusing on gratitude. The more grateful we are, the more we draw in, and the more that's a good investment. Pouring energy into black holes, not a good investment, right? It burns away the energy. Um, and good or bad is a judgment call, but it's what's more productive? What brings me well, actually, those are productive too. Wasting energy is productive because we learn through our wastefulness and our that's our growing pains, right? We learn to come back to now. We sit in gratitude, we have more abundance that's coming. So it's more abundant for us in higher vibration to have gratitude about the higher vibrational things we have and have had. That draws in more for the future, right? Yeah. Yep. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you there. So many blessings to you. Sounds like you are all over it. All right. And then we have a Teshi Singh. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And HL's energy towards you when he comes back in 2 weeks. All right. Let's take a look here. So, based on current energies projected in the next 2 weeks. So, a lot of decisions that are made between now and then, it seems. Let's see what we got here. So, what are the energies? Yep, we have the Two of Wands energy here with the Tower card. It's kind of this fluctuating energy. Let's see what's over here, too. We've got the Heart of Swords and the Sky Father, the Emperor. There's a lot of decisions to be made here yet. And this makes sense with the Two of Wands. They've got this energy of they don't know what they want to do. Do they want to draw something in or remove something out with this Two of Wands and the Tower? The Heart of Swords, the Queen of Swords, is a balance between head and heart. But with the Sky Father, you know, I feel like this is why that makes sense of all that I was just saying. There's a lot of decisions that need to be made. Well, they have a lot of things that are undecided right now. That Two of Wands is the split between I don't know and the Sky Father, even though they go have this balance between head and heart, the Emperor Sky Father energy is deciding what it is I want, get it out of my head and into my heart, decide what I want, make a plan then and take action. But they're in that I don't know what I want stage. So it just feels like they're kind of in this crossroads, undecided right now, energy that's coming in here. Um, Anything else around all this? I just feel like they're trying to, with this Queen of Swords, find a balance between the head and the heart and trying to figure out um, like an agreement between their head and their heart because their mind wants to pull in this way, their heart wants to pull this way, and they're like, we can't do this all the time. We need to find something where we're both my mind and my heart are happy. So hopefully that makes sense. But I feel like there's a lot of undecidedness still going on. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Nelia Medeiros, you are up. Thank you for your multiple donations earlier. And let's get you your timestamp down here. You're welcome, Moonlight. So, Nelia, what does Spirit want you to know regarding you and Russ's relationship? All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what we got here. All right, got two here. Wow. Well, it looks hopeful. Got the Ten of Pentacles, which is relationship energy. It's abundance energy. We got the Star card, which is it can be a dream come true energy, but it's also a hope energy and a balanced kind of energy that comes in with all this too. So it looks good. I mean, again, we got the Star card meaning that hope energy and this feeling of hopefulness. Um, a bright star in a dark night is a good energy of the where your relationship is at right now. And that's what that can be. And I feel like it's a good place to, you know, when someone that we're with is going through a tough time, we're kind of torn, right? A piece of our heart goes, "Oh my gosh, I hate seeing them go through these things. I want them, you know, I want my loved one, whether it's lover, family, friend, whoever, right? I care about them." But then, especially in lover relationships, we fear, "Oh no, that they are something going on with them that's going to make them want to leave me, or that's going to cause this chain reaction." So we start adding to their what's going on in their life by fearing and pressuring and questioning and are we okay? Da, da, da. We just add to the problem that's going on in their life, right? All these expectations, all the stuff that's going on that they're processing. Instead, we can just step back and step into our knowledge that I'm everything I need. It's nice that we have someone in our life to reflect back and share love, but we don't need them. We'll be fine without them. We were fine before we met them. We would be fine if they're not in our life. So we return back to that, "Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm not dependent upon them. They're not dependent on me, so I'm gonna be supportive instead of clinching into them," right? And in doing that, we create a space of them, of comfort, of pleasure and joy, and that's what draws us, right? It's an amazing thing when we realize that growing up, how humans act is if something brings me pain or punishment, I go in the other direction. If something brings me pleasure and joy and happiness, I go towards that, right? That's what draws us together. In the beginning, we're attractive to each other and we're having so much fun, 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 nagging, expectations, disappointments, we go in the other direction, right? So I like that awareness there. Right now, it feels like hope and abundance, but it's important to just realize that and have gratitude. That's something else with the Ten of Pentacles. Have gratitude about around who someone is, letting them know that, because the more grateful we are, our energy draws in more and grows what we're grateful for. But when you tell a human what you're grateful for in them, and just that, not where they're lacking or falling short when they're not doing enough, what a difference. Wouldn't what a relationship would be if all we did is tell each other how amazing we think each other are, and not, "Are you cheating on me? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Why didn't you text me enough? Why didn't you call me? What were you doing? What are you thinking about? Why aren't you thinking about me? What about our future? What are your intentions?" Oh, exhausting. Instead, "You know what I love about you? What? You don't give up on your friends." "What? Yeah, when when he was trying to push you away because he was going through a rough time and he wanted to try to do it all on his own, you know how he, tried to do that and you wouldn't let him? I think you saved his life." And they're like, "What?" You know, who wouldn't want to be in a relationship with you, right? That's for all of us, not just you, Nelia, for all of us. Isn't that amazing? Anyway, that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again. All right. And then Ankita Moore, the final free reading for this evening. There is your timestamp. And why I had this weird dream today, does it mean anything? All right, let's take a look here. Dreams always mean something. It means you ate something before you went to bed. What were you watching before you went to bed? No, but we can find out here if it's what it's in regards to. It's a wonderful place for our higher selves, our spiritual posse, even our own mind to process things. So the dream world is something that is a wonderful tool that helps us. So I like that. Let's see what this dream is about. Just back out of that. Oops, stop. Oh, there it goes. So you got the Wheel of Fortune and the Two of Cups. Feels like this has to do relationship wise and wondering if you have like a faded relationship. Um, it's this kind of energy that's coming in here. I feel like what was unfolding here with this Two of Cups. Sometimes in dreams, all the characters are ourselves. Other times it's us, like other people are the safe representation of someone. Like, let's say we have an old ex that we felt safe with in a dream, and like, why am I dreaming about my ex? And really, they're just the safe avatar that our mind is okay with, that wouldn't freak out if this other person was in our dream that the dream is really about. So sometimes that happens. Um, but there is this, awareness that I don't feel like it was either one of those. The one in the middle is sometimes our brain just puts on this show for us to be able to, you know, process something, to face a fear, to work through something that's just gnawing at us. And that's the kind of energy that I feel so more in here is this has to do here with this fated relationship of um I don't want to say worthiness. That just feels so overdone, but it has to do with, do I deserve to have this fated relationship, and is there one like coming forward? It has to do something around the fears in that. Um and it doesn't feel romantic though. It almost feels like, does this interaction I'm having with someone else is, why is this happening? Why am I interacting with this individual? But it feels like all of it together though too, which it makes sense now that I'm saying all this. It's about reflection upon your past relationship and everything that you've been working on with the reading that we just did, which makes total sense. That it has to do with, am I in this person's life for a reason to help them out of this relationship? And why is this? It's like you have this reflection of what you would allow and not allow when you were going through your relationships, and do I deserve better in the future? It's all this underlying stuff that's bubbling up, because it's what's amazing, and this is so fitting for what you're going through, is that when we're ready to deal with some old emotional energy, some charged emotion from our past, we will um, start seeing in our dreams, we'll start dreaming about things, but we'll also see other people go through something in the outside world. Because if they brought it up going, here, you know, and Kita, deal with this, you're like, ah. But if they bring it up into your dreams, into from your subconscious into your, you know, semi-conscious dream world, and then you start seeing it in the conscious world out here, then you're ready to then it's like stage 3, it brings it in where you can process some things yourself around relationship. So I feel like that is what the dream is trying to zero you in on, if that resonates. I know that's a bit different. I know. So many blessings to you, Ankita. Hey, Jojo. Perfect timing. I was just finishing up the free readings, and I was going to be going to you next for your last donation, but you fell asleep. You didn't ask your second question. Yeah. No, you didn't ask the second question. So, perfect timing. So if you want to put your question down there, I see Swaroop. Hey, Swaroop Bobby. I'm going to do their free reading really quick here. Well, not really quick, but while you're typing your question, and then we'll come back to you. So perfect. Yep, perfect. As we just said, isn't that perfect? All right. So Swaroop Bobby, let us put your timestamp here. We'll do your free reading here, and then we'll finish up with Jojo. So next week, what's coming towards you, Swaroop? Let's take a look here. What's coming for you next week? Well, all right. You have the Movement of Swords, which is the Knight of Swords, and you have the 10 of Pentacles here. Now, The 10 of Pentacles, as soon as I saw that, I felt work related, and the movement of swords is movement or like a quest of seeking things from a higher uh, clarity from a higher place, seeing things more clearly regarding work or career. It feels like kind of energy. I don't feel because it could be relationship energy, but I don't feel it so much that I got this, work money energy. And but this is new ideas, new communication, new awareness, new clarity. And I feel like you're going to get information to help you make some decisions regarding work and career, maybe as far as what you want to do, where you want to go. If you've been applying for jobs and you're looking for something, I feel like with this movement of swords, that's also movement of communication, that you'll get communication next week. 10 of Pentacles is an abundance energy in addition to the 10th house of work. So I do feel like you are going to be getting um, especially around work and career and money energy, that you're getting ideas and clarity and communication around it. Feels like movement, and I like that. It's a powerful energy, um, and I don't have anything else. So I like that for you. So that is what they have for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. Glad you got in there as the elevator doors were closing. You're welcome, Ankita. All right. So let's grab this here. Okay. Am I doing that right? Okay, there we go. Sorry. I have a glare on my keyboard where I have my uh over there, my light. So I need to change that because I'm like, I can't see on my keyboard. All right. So Jojo, thank you for your second donation. Here is your timestamps 1512 and 3:56:40. So you got a good 3 hours of sleep or so. So you're going to A's apartment tomorrow for a while. Why did you meet A? All right, let's take a look here. Great sleep, yeah, on a new moon, right? You're like, yeah. So let's see here. Why did you meet A? All right. Okay. So you've got 2 cards and then 3 cards and then 1 card with an underlying energy under the 1. So there's a little bit of energy here. Yeah. If you weren't supposed to meet him, you wouldn't have met him. So we definitely know you were, meant to meet them. There's no anybody we bump into in life isn't by accident. It's always on purpose for a purpose. So let's see what the purpose is. You do have the Hanged Man underneath, part of your transformation, part of the holding period here. Even like how they have the little loading thing under the bottom. It's like, all right, part of the transformation. Let's see what this is about. Things are happening a little bit of out of order. It's like you're jumping to the second stage, to the third stage, then back to stage one. So it's like it's not like you one, two, three. It's like you're two, three, one. So whatever this is, we'll see what this is about. So you do have the Heart of Cups, the Justice card. They have been designed to help you see things differently as far as the heart is concerned. I mean, here's the Queen of Hearts, which is the huge amount of emotional energy. And the Justice card, of course, brings in clarity, allows us to cut away higher or small t truths because we see things from a higher perspective. So a lot of clarity coming in regarding the heart with this. So does feel a bit stepping stone-ish, which we know you're not due for a relationship at this time, but It is. Doesn't mean that you're not gonna have little bouts of clarity to help you peel away pieces of yourself that aren't you, old thoughts and beliefs and opinions that were, applied as a costume, growing up, right? Mhm. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? So I feel like and we can learn through either personal or we could learn through, their experiences too, right? So whether it's a true romantic relationship between us and someone else, or we learn through their pain that they've had in relationships, but we also learn, love is love is love. There's just how we express it with each other. Because we do um like our relationship with our parents, with our siblings, with our coworkers, with our peers at school, with people that we are in, like for your, choirs with and um, movies with and of course, lovers and everything. We learn about our own self. Everyone's a mirror um, that we learn about ourselves through because whatever triggers and pops up inside of us, we do have this, energy that we get from other people. Um, we have these things that are triggered with what they're talking about. We have it inside us too. We get to have that mirror, right? So there is this clarity that comes in regarding love and heart, and it can be about how you feel about yourself and your interactions. So that's interesting that it jumps right into number two. The third one, you have the Sky Father, Emperor energy, along with the Ace of Cups, self love energy, weirdly mirrory. Say that 10 times fast. And the 10 of Cups, joy, celebration. I like this because, this Aries energy of the Emperor with the Ace of Cups and the 10 of Cups is finding your joy. They help you find your joy. But again, this Emperor energy is realizing I'm the one in control of my life. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to do. I don't have to say anything, change anyone's life. I don't have to do anything that all these advisors and self-appointed advisors are saying, blah, 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 blah. So if it's someone that has some strong beliefs around things, um, when they present them, if we're like, "Oh, I don't wanna upset them, I'm just gonna go along with them," that's where we learn, "No, I'm the ruler over my life, and I don't have to say that their belief is stupid or wrong." But I can say, "Oh, I see where you're coming from. Well, isn't that how you believe?" And you're like, "You know, I'm still undecided." We can say that because we're constantly learning. I can truly say, "I'm undecided." Or I tend towards this, but I'm open to hearing other people's ideas and things too, And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't mean that I think yours is wrong, right? So I feel like there's this strength and this self-love and this joy and finding your joy in here that doesn't matter about what's going on out here that you're choosing and you have this sense of I get to decide what I want for my life. And I feel like in a way there is a little mirroring that they almost feel kind of trapped. Like they're in a transformational stage, but I feel like they've just kind of entered it and you're kind of at the end of it where you're like a butterfly with one leg stuck out of the cocoon going, "Is it cold out there?" They're just entering into the cocoon, I feel. And I feel like there's that reflective mirroring energy and going, they have some strong I feel like they have some strong, beliefs around things, and you're like, "Oh, you sound very passionate about that." And then we go back to step 1, yeah, a lot of emotional confusion, 7 of Cups, just a lot of swirling here underneath the surface. We have the Four of Wands, which is joy and celebration and, kind of energy here. But I do feel like there's, the underlying energy is joy, but they are, the purpose, because that's what you were asking. Why did I meet them? To really kind of swirl your emotional pond so that you can declutter some stuff out of the pond. It's like some leaves that have settled to the bottom of the pond get up and you get to clean it out, to where you're getting rid of things that are not you, and you're realizing it. Not that you're judging the other person, that but you're really realizing things about yourself that, no, that's not me. And I feel like they are a kind of a inspiration to question some beliefs you have about yourself that you were like, I always thought this is what I believed, but now that we're talking and they're talking and different things, that I think differently. Huh. So I like that. I like the open-mindedness that you go in with it that gets ignited there too. Emotional pond. Yeah, look, even you have playfulness, both shooting at the same basket. Bring playfulness and fun into your life. So here's that joy. So I feel like, you know, but I feel like you guys will do fun stuff, but I feel like the playfulness and joy comes in because you realize my joy's in here, not out here. And that I can have joy no matter what's going on out here. I feel like that's a big part of it, that's coming in there. Interesting. The emotional pond. We have our vase. All right, my dears. Well, I think that is everything for this evening. Thank you again, Jojo, for your multiple donations. Hopefully that brought you some clarity. And thank you guys, everyone, so much for all the thumbs up, all of your joy, all of your. She has a cool apartment where you get to be. Oh, cool. For 17 days. How fun. What an interesting energy. Yeah, so some good clarity. You're like, oh, okay. Get to see someone living a different type of life in a way. So I love that. All right, as I was saying, thank you guys so much for all the thumbs up, all your love, all of your thirst for searching after spirit. Oh, and if you guys haven't checked it out, we did have a new drawing winner for the new moon. So if you haven't checked that out, here is the winner. And if you want to get into the next giveaway for the full moon on December 4th, here's the linky poo for that. Of course, and if you're not aware, I have all of my services on sale through the end midnight on January 1st of 2026. Uh, all my personal readings, my lives, and my recorded, and my Hedges of Peace and Love are on sale. So if you're interested, you can check it. And then if you haven't checked out the most recent or any of the Easier Path podcast series, that's all free. And here's the link to the most recent one. The playlist link is down in the description box of the video. So if you want to catch up from the beginning, that's all available there as well. How is your new moon? It's great. Great, great. Uh, I dream so much anyway, but these last couple nights, dream, 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 dream. And these new moon, especially Scorpio new moon, it is about, it brings up stuff because there was an old friend of mine who was giving away something that I gave them. And I'm like, why didn't you just give it back to me if you were going to give it away? And then they were like, and I was trying to be, can you explain to me your reasoning behind giving it to someone else and not giving it to me? I would just like to understand. And I was being in the inside. It was funny. Yeah, Scorpio stuff, right? And, I was like, "What is that about?" And then they're like, "Well, I'm moving away." And I'm like, "You're moving away? Well, I'm the one who moved away." And I'm like, "Oh." And I'm like, "Oh, so who is this? This person is not, you know, in dreams, the person doesn't necessarily I feel safe with them. They're a very Buddhist person, grounded person, um, and I trust them, and I'm like, they're a safe avatar for someone. I gotta figure out who it is. That was this morning, so I'm like, "I gotta figure out who is this? Who is this?" That's bubbling up that I'm working through something with, but a very Scorpio. I know, fun stuff, right? A lot of clearing, a lot of transformational energy, a lot of new seeds. Helps us let go of some old. It's more about bringing in the new with the new moon, but since the beginning of Scorpio season, it's time of transformation. So, yeah, and a dream. Dream time, dream time. Yeah, it's full moons and new moons. Just it's usually sometimes I'll wake up and I'll go, "Oh, let me just close my eyes and go back to sleep for a minute." And then 2 hours later, I wake up and I had dreamt the whole time. It's crazy. Yay! So sleep well, my friend. Dream. Dream of unicorns and bunny rabbits and puppies and your new kitty. So, all right, everybody. Well, I'm going to shut this one down. I'll be back tomorrow night. Yeah, today's just Thursday. So I'm on Thursday and Friday and Saturday nights from 6 to 9 or 6 p.m. and beyond. And then Saturday and Sunday mornings starting at 11 a.m. Mountain Time as well. So if you want to catch me then, um, I'd love to see you. Until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So, until I see you again, much love. You guys hang in there. See ya. Your kitty in the womb. All right. We'll see you guys soon. You can take care.